Thank you. Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council. Today is Wednesday, November 26, 2025. Just before we get started, we do have a special presentation that we get to make this morning from the Government of Alberta. We have a 12-year dedicated service medal to our Deputy Director of Emergency Management. So congratulations, Manager Jeff Porter. 12 years, direct from the province of Alberta. Special medal. So council, why don't we circle around the front here and we can get a picture together with Manager Porter. It's always fun to celebrate the achievements with our fellow people. So this morning, council, we have an emergent item request, the Economic Development Grant application prepared by Mr. Granson. I'm assuming Director Hemingway, you could speak to the emergent nature of this item?
I could certainly try, sir. Good morning. The grant application is required to be submitted by the end of this week. So if council would entertain us having a conversation and potentially supporting the application, then we feel we'll be able to submit it in time.
Okay, thank you for that. So emergent items do require unanimous approval to be on the agenda. So I would look for a motion to add that item onto the agenda. Councillor McHugh gives us. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to add the Northern and Regional Economic Development Grant as an emergent item to the agenda. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll ask the question. All those in favor? Councillor Estes, I trust you can hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Sorry. Yes, I am in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. That motion carries. So then I'd look for a motion to approve the agenda as a whole this morning. Who would like to give me that? Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll go to our Public Works discussion. Councillor McHugh, we'll go to you first for anything you have for Public Works this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just first snowfall and the 552 eastbound looks better than the 547. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks.
Okay, was there? Oh, okay. Okay, well, we'll take a compliment one way or another. Okay, so that was all, Councillor McHugh? Okay. Councillor Estes, anything for Public Works this morning? There you go.
Sorry. No, nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I had, I guess to Manager Weberg or whoever wants to touch this, a few phone calls yesterday about concerns over snow plowing. Not our crews snow plowing, but rather people plowing their snow through their driveway out onto the road or across the road, creating ruts, creating big piles on the side of the road. Or one of them was actually somebody was blowing the snow across and created whiteout conditions, blocking visibility right in front of oncoming traffic. So just wondering if you could highlight the proper way to plow one's driveway and what the liability risks might be of other options.
To the reeve. So there is a policy that um, they're not supposed to plow out onto our roads. We try and when they clear their driveways, we try and get them to pile the snow to the right-hand side of the approach. So when the snow plow comes by, it'll actually knock the snow down as opposed to piling it on the left-hand side where we'll leave a windrow there and then we'll get complaints about that. So it's more of an enforcement issue as opposed to what we can do about it. So.
Right. Okay. Are people supposed to be plowing the snow across the road? Is there?
No, they're not.
No. Okay. Thank you for that. I wonder if it might be beneficial if we did a post of some sort, let people know a improved way of plowing their driveway so that we're not creating that safety hazard that seems to always happen this time of year. That was all I had for this morning. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Good morning. Thanks again to all of the departments working on Division 4 and snow clearing going on. I do want to share a thank you, which we did have the week away yesterday or last week. So I do want to share a thank you to all the departments, especially the fire department, for taking care of the fires out west on November the 13th. Around 3:40 in the afternoon, blasting wind conditions led to 2 fires igniting near Plumbers Road and 304th Street West, and there was power outages through the Highway 762 area. Foothills Fire Department and mutual aid partners responded immediately and worked to fight the fires. With multiple ground apparatus and aerial support supplied by helicopter, loads of water were poured on the active fire. Burning smells and smoke were experienced miles away as the wind raged for hours. Foothills County crews, apparatus, and water supplies were in full force on scene until the fires were under control around 8 p.m. Crews stayed overnight to keep an eye on the sites and attended to the hot spots later. A welcome snowfall came in on the 14th to dampen the area. So definitely want to put forward a big thanks to the fire department and all who responded to the fire and all those behind the scenes. In addition, I did request information from our 911 center just to give a full picture of what happened that day. There were so many things that were related to the high winds. Just for information about how hard they're also working, there were 4 traffic collisions during the day, 1 at night related to the wind. Electrical hazard during the day. Alarms, there were 2 during the day and 1 at night. There was another outside fire, a gas leak, and there were several vegetation fires, including the ones I just mentioned. So there were 6 that Foothills and Diamond Valley responded to, 4 in the MD of Willow Creek, and 5 in Vulcan County that evening. So there was a lot going on, and so a big thank you to the fire department supporting fire departments, the 911 dispatch services, the policing services who also assisted, and the emergency management department who are here. We're working hard on preparing emergency services that very same day. And thank you to our director, Sonia, and Deputy Director Stapley for the reporting and information that you shared and the good communication between all the departments. Thank you.
Thank you. That was always good to have good news. Appreciate it. So we'll go to Councillor Alger for any public works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. Just kudos to Public Works over the last couple of days of hard work to get the roads cleared. Monday was a complete write-off, no question about it. I got home about 10:30 last night. My road hadn't been plowed, but I got up and left at 7:30 this morning and it was plowed and sanded. So I'm assuming our boys and girls are working hard day and night to get all the roads done. I only received one call out of the whole thing that I reached out to Mr. Weber, and it was a road that was missed, a dead end road that was missed, and that was because of a new driver on the route. So I'm just exceptional service, and I thank you for that. And also, I got an email from the DeWinton Community Association to thank Public Works again for cleaning the parking lot and keeping that ship shape for the school. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Callister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing really to add other than well done on Public Works. I didn't receive any calls from residents. And as I was driving into High River this morning, I noticed a sand truck plow heading out to do some more work. So well done, Public Works.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. Thank you for addressing the washboard west of Turner Valley. The resident who had contacted me was very happy with the promptness of your work there and feels that it'll probably be good for the winter now because of the timing. And the resident who called you on Monday regarding the school bus issue on Highway 22 wanted me to convey her heartfelt thanks to you for talking to her. And that issue now apparently has been addressed through you and the school transportation issue. So it looks like that's getting worked out, but she was very thankful to you for talking to her that day. Just to fill everybody in, there was a subdivision that the school bus had sort of slid off the road with the kids on it, and it was quite stressful. And so just addressing the plowing and the timing of all that. So that looks like it's being addressed. And a resident also was expressing to me, it seems like the salt or the pickle mix somehow gets sort of not evenly dispersed and sort of comes out. Do you know what I mean? Kind of in clumps, and so then that creates ridges. Do you know what I'm referring to there? It was just a concern somebody mentioned to me.
Through the reef to Councillor Kendall. Sometimes our spinners aren't, it depends on the speed of the truck and how it affects the pump on the truck and how fast it'll make the spinner go. So it's, each truck is different. So sometimes you just have to dial things in a little bit different, and that'll resolve that problem.
Thank you. Yeah, and to echo Councillor Oles' comments about the fire, yes, thank you, because that was very close to my house. So thanks for everybody's response to that a couple of weeks ago. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our Public Works crew. Manager Weber, do you want to start?
Good morning, Councillor, Council. I would just like to update the snow removal policy. And when you do get calls about some roads aren't getting done, is because we have a priority list, and it's all based on traffic and traffic counts. And we consider all our roads bus routes. We don't deviate from that, but each one has its priority. And so you will get calls sometimes. And when the snow stops, we have to restart and do our priorities again. And so we can, if we don't do our priorities ones first, buses won't get to the other spots as well. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on that. So any questions?
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any questions. Was that all for today? Okay. Thank you for that. Director Kruger, any updates from you this morning?
Thank you, and good morning, Council. We were able to finish construction on the culvert on Whiskey Creek Bridge before the snow came. There's just some cleanup items left there, some fencing. Greenhaven drainage is the drainage improvements there's the majority is done. Again, just some minor cleanup items. So it's good that that got done before the snow came. The Kaylee Phase 3, the winter shutdown meeting is this Friday. They were able to get some utilities in the ground. They'll be back in the spring. And I have item B1 on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come to that shortly. We'll go to Manager Cornelson. Anything from Ag Services this morning?
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. I just have a quick update. Nothing too crazy here. We're kind of looking at springtime to hire for the open position for Ag Services. Our building, our chem shed building, is still not up, so I'm thinking it'll be finished in springtime now. Currently, your guys are chipping emergent intersections, and they're kind of out west right now and doing some odd jobs. Hopefully, next week we're going to start on Plumbers Road to finish that off from where we were last year. And we're also looking at getting just some quotes in to do some contract brushing near Pritis. And some dates coming up, December 1st to 5th. So that's next week. Kathleen and Bree and me are in Edmonton to do some training all week. And January 20th to 22nd, that's the Ag Service Board Conference in Edmonton as well. And Foothills County has 2 resolutions that we're bringing forward to that meeting. December 11th, we're hosting a soil workshop at the Field House. And this week too, I think tomorrow, we're getting together with Alice or Alternate Land Use Services to see if the county Ag Services and them want to get together and maybe come up with a partnership. And last week, we hosted a chainsaw workshop. We had 2 of our employees attend, and also 2 from Vulcan County came by too. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Manager Porter. Any updates this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Eve. Good morning, Council. A couple things for Council this morning. I do have item F4, Scott Seaman Sports Rink on page 258 of your agenda for the kitchen proponent. As well, just for an update for Council, the airport lighting project is now complete and fully in service. We're entering our warranty period now for that system. So the only other thing I had for Council this morning is we did have some plow issues in that at the airport. So we had to bring a contractor last night to get the airport cleared and opened. So and that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to Manager Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just an update on our fire risk status. Currently, we're still on an advisory, but I'm thinking due to the current conditions and upcoming weather forecasts, I think we're in a pretty good position to lift that advisory. So what I'll do is I'll send out a communication recommendation as per normal today. So you should see that coming sometime today. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along, Manager Stapley.
Morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Last week, we did hold our emergency management tabletop exercise. I would like to say that the team did an excellent job in responding. We have had a lot of turnover and some quite green people. Alberta Emergency Management representatives were in attendance and they were very impressed with how our team responded to the exercise. I also have the emergency management bylaw on the agenda today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all that, everybody. I think several of you have items here. So if you don't, thank you for coming and enjoy your day. Let's start with F1, Inspection Policy and Procedure. Health and Safety Supervisor David Greger, if you wanted to come up to a mic. So page 235 of our agenda. And go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. Today, I would like to ask if Council would consider approving the inspection policy and the procedures. These changes were to further clarify some roles and responsibilities when we with workers, supervisors, and management, and it helps the system with a risk-based approach. So we'll be focusing on high-risk facilities during these formal inspections. It was also a corrective action plan from our last audit, so we're hoping to fill in some gaps that way. If there's any questions, let me know. Please let me know.
Okay, any questions from council or comments from the Health and Safety Committee? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Through the chair to the floor, which buildings have you identified as, I think you said high risk?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Kendall. So we're going to be starting off with a risk-based approach based off of the high-risk activities that are being performed and are outlined in the OH&S code. For some examples, is going to be most of our public works locations, so our water treatment plants and our wastewater treatment plants, along with the shops in Alderside and Foothills West, and also Heritage Point. Those are the main, and also the landfill.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? I guess we'd be looking for a motion to approve the inspection policy and then secondly, to approve the inspection procedure. Anybody want to go down that road? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd give you the motion to approve the inspection policy and inspection procedure as presented. Thanks.
We do that together, Kevin. We do that together. Yeah. Okay, so we have that motion. Any further comments? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries. So we'll go to F2, Incident Investigation Policy and Procedure, page 244 of our agenda. Go ahead, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Once again, I'm looking for asking for consideration approval for the incident investigation policies and procedures. These key changes really include, once again, clarifying who's responsible for reporting to external and internal agents and government bodies. There's a big table in the procedures that you feel free to look at. Also clarifying, once again, roles and responsibilities. And also, this was also another corrective action from our core audit from last year. One of those gaps is really filling in and supporting the reporting of work refusals when employees have them. So once again, sorry, both of these policies and procedures were also recommended on the September 30th Joint Health and Safety Committee, just to make that clear.
Great. Thank you for that. Any questions or anybody like to make a motion to approve the policy and procedure? Councillor McHugh.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the Safety Department. Just going through the memory banks, establishing a process for work refusal and root cause analysis. That was something that was identified as needing improvement on our core. Is that correct?
Through the Reeve to Councillor McHugh, that's correct.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'll report on this later, but at yesterday's Joint Health and Safety Committee, we have seen a drastic improvement in our core. So a little bit of kudos to Mr. McGregor for his department's work and effort on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Questions or motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would give you the motion to adopt the incident investigation as presented and that the incident investigation be approved as presented.
Okay, thank you. I got that motion. Any further? All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Gregor, for coming in. We appreciate it. Let's go to F4, Scott Seaman Sports Rink. Should be Sports Rink, not Park, as on our agenda. Commercial Kitchen, request to award the lease, page 259 of our agenda. Mr. Murphy, you're already there. Not sure if it's you or Manager Porter. Either one of you, go ahead and present.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. Here this morning, hoping to get approval to award the lease agreement at the Scott Seaman Sports Rink. to a group out to lunch. The Scott Seaman Sports Rink serves as a central hub for recreation community activity within Foothills County, pardon me. And to enhance services at the facility, we issued an RFP to lease the commercial kitchen to a qualified operator who can provide consistent, high-quality food services, support local programs, and contribute positively to the overall community experience. And today I'm requesting to award the group Out to Lunch the approval to lease the commercial kitchen at the Scott Seaman Sports Rink.
Thank you for that. Any questions on this item? So we do have the full document that was submitted that's confidential, but if we do need to go into close to discuss details, we certainly can, but otherwise we can proceed. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I read through all the applicants and I agree with the motion that Out to Lunch is the best candidate, and happy to give that motion when prepared.
Okay, I'll take that motion right now. Anybody else? Questions? Seeing none, so we got that motion from Councillor Alger to award the contract to Out to Lunch. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm glad you're not out to lunch. We appreciate it. Let's go to F5, Emergency Management Bylaw, page 269 of our agenda. Deputy Director Stapley, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you today is a report and a proposed emergency management bylaw. This is to bring our emergency management bylaw into compliance with changes to the Emergency Management Act, which was established by the province. Many of the changes are focused on addressing such as the makeup of the Emergency Management Committee, the composition and the voting members, as well as implementation of the AIMS, Alberta Incident Management System. The bylaw is ready for first reading. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Deputy Director Stapley regarding the Emergency Management Bylaw? So the Emergency Management Committee did recommend this for approval.
Yes, they did.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Sure, I would provide that motion when you're ready.
Okay, motion for first reading. Anything else, anybody? I don't see anything, so I'll call the question. So we have that motion for first reading of the Emergency Management Bylaw. All those in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Okay, moving right along. Foothills Enforcement Services. Acting Manager of Enforcement, Gareth Joels. Welcome here this morning.
Okay, through the reef to the floor. Good morning, everyone. For those of you that I haven't had a chance to meet, my name is Gareth Joels, and I've been acting in the manager role since Sergeant Padette's retirement at the end of September. I'm a retired police officer from Calgary, and I've been with Foothills County for about 8 months now. Thank you for letting me address council with the Foothills Enforcement Services third quarter. This period, as you know, covers from July 1st to September 30th. Over this time, call volume remained consistent with the third quarter from last year. The top 3 complaints that we dealt with were the responsible dog ownership. We had 22 calls for running at large, barking, and attacks against persons and other animals. The second was community standards bylaw complaints, 20 of those for unsightly and noisy sort of things going on from the neighbors, etc. And then finally, requests for speed enforcement through the Traffic Safety Act. Most of the complaints were generated from the northern half of the county. In July and August, as bylaw complaints slowed over the summer months, it allowed officers to focus on traffic enforcement and education. We wrote 336 tickets over this time and gave out 72 warnings. The top 5 traffic offenses were speeding, failed to reduce insurance, failed to reduce registration, failed to obey a traffic control device, typically that was a stop sign, and operate unregistered motor vehicle on a highway. Our top 2 local roads for enforcement were 32 Street, north of Okotoks. This is a consistent problem for locals, for both speeders as well as the 3-way stop sign at 306th Avenue. And we continue to monitor and enforce that area. And the second was 176th Street west of Diamond Valley. Through the summer months, I found in my own experiences anyway that a lot of the drivers, most of the drivers were transient. They were coming from north or west of Calgary somewhere, just trying to find a shortcut through that area to Highway 22 and then on down to the Montana or BC border. As officers patrolled around the county, we became aware, or it became common knowledge that the primary highways, Highway 2 and 2A, were an issue for speeding. I can tell you we don't set up in that area for speeding, but as we were transitioning from one zone to another, or for example, coming from the High River office going to Dumbo Road to deal with an issue, we would invariably come across somebody that was speeding. And the average speed that we pulled over and ticketed was 33 kilometers an hour, so 143 kilometers an hour on that road. Of interest on 22X, one of our officers, Officer Breivik, when he was on his way out to Pritis as well, pulled someone over for doing 90, I think 90 or 92 kilometers over the limit. So just of interest to you. During this period, the summer bylaw officer carried out several different assignments for us. These included dealing with complaints, low-level complaints with dogs, transport, etc., as well as illegal sign usage. He worked with, sort of mentored our university practicum student. We typically have 2, but over the summer we just had 1 student. And they carried out 103 deployments of the speed trailers and our traffic counters called armadillos. The speed trailers were often deployed to support our road crews. If they were out one day on a particular road and they were concerned about the speeds of traffic, we would go out, set up a trailer nearby. And then, of course, the other reason for the trailers was for educational purposes for locals and their speed. The armadillos, for those of you who aren't aware, it's a device that captures traffic and traffic counters. So it'll catch traffic direction, the speed, the number of vehicles, the time of day and night. And it's really interesting information. I'd never been able to use those before, but we were able to use those traffic counters to assist us in sort of directing where we're going to put our resources. And then also it allowed us to provide some hard facts back to some complainants so that they could get some numbers from us specifically as to what was happening in their area. Interestingly, I will say this anecdotally, it seemed to me that people that became concerned about speeding in their area was almost always congruent with traffic going up for some reason. So I'm not sure, I think sometimes people just thought that, because the traffic has doubled in nature over the last little while that they were speeding, but the armadillos were able to show that that wasn't always the case. The final thing for bylaw officer and the summer student is they put together a educational road safety pamphlet, and these were handed out to citizens throughout the summer. We make good use of that when we're active in the Pritis area with the cyclists in particular. In summary, the call load appears to be consistent with last year, but traffic enforcement and education have risen significantly. I'm a big believer, and so are the other officers on the team, that it's about sort of community education. So we're not out there trying to be hardline or militant when we're handing out traffic tickets. We like the idea of complementing tickets with warnings, and we'll hope to continue to do that. In this next quarter, we'll continue to monitor school safety, particularly as the weather deteriorates, and really focus on that in the early mornings for drop-offs as well as pickups in the afternoon. We have 2 joint force operations that we hope to be a part of. One is speeding, and that's with our partners, not just in High River and Okotoks and Diamond Valley, but also with Vulcan and Willow Creek. And then we're also looking at a seatbelt safety focus joint operation here before Christmas as well. Finally, I would ask members to consider joining us on ride-along patrols. I've carried these out in the past and found them to be quite helpful with both the elected official and the officer. It's a chance to see firsthand what members actually do on calls and at traffic stops, ask questions to develop a better understanding of a particular situation, and share, your thoughts on what you need from us as patrol officers to be more effective. Are there any questions for me?
Deputy Reeville, go ahead.
First of all, thanks for the report. I think the format of the report and the conclusions and information carried within the reports is very helpful for us in terms of the seeing the effectiveness of how this is all rolling out. So thank you for that. Number one, or actually number two complaint that I receive is road safety and speeding. So with this attention to detail, the speed trailers, the education component, the armadillos going out, I think that's really helping whenever a complaint is received, that it helps with the correlation between the complaint and the actual patterns to see if there is, or if they were just isolated incidents. So I think that's really a helpful way to measure. I think the joint forces operations are helpful as well. So thank you for those. I think the presence in the community is well received, and even the attention to, just from what you're sharing here, really shows there's a lot of presence in the community here. So thank you for the invites to do the ride-alongs and the work in the department and the report today.
Thank you.
Okay, wasn't a question, I don't think there. So thank you very much for that. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the warning factor. I received one myself a couple of weeks ago on Cold Trail with a little whoop whoop for the lights. I was like, oops, thank you. I think it was Mr. Breivik that did that, and I certainly appreciate that sign. When you're talking about patrolling the school zones and whatnot on 552, obviously, is Strathcona and Tweedsmuir School, and I'd like to see some definite patrols in that area in morning and afternoon, as there's a 70 zone there for a couple hundred meters on both sides of the intersection of 306. Also seen a exponential amount of traffic now traveling on 552 into Okotoks because of the number of lights, because in the town of Okotoks that people are coming around on the west side and then popping out on Main Street. So there's definitely a lot more traffic and a lot more, I would say, people not doing 70 through that intersection. And the illegal sign issue, I appreciate the work that our summer person did, and I think we need to do a lot more with that, because I think the signs in the area are just getting out of control. Just every power pole has a sign on it somewhere along the line. I've talked to Mr. Stapley about this over the last number of years. It's a real it gets in my craw real bad, and I hope we can do something more about that. And I know we've reached out to some of the companies and said, take your signs down, but it doesn't last very long. So, but appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to Constable, is it Constable Joels?
Yeah, that's right.
For the comprehensive report. Very nice to see. So 176 West, is that the chip coat gravel road that Google was sending people on because I got a lot of complaints about that when I was campaigning, that about the traffic along there. And apparently Google had notified, or had that as an alternative route to Sandy McNabb, west of Turner Valley. So is that the one you're referring to? 176 West?
Sorry, through the Reeve to Councillor Kendall. I don't think that is the same road.
Okay.
Racetrack Road is another road we would call that. Would that be one and the same?
No, that Racetrack Road, yes, that is a big,
Yeah.
is a big concern as well, definitely. No, this is further west, so west of Highway 22. It's chip coated and gravel in there, and apparently because you can tie into 546 to go out to Sandy McNabb, Google had that as an alternative route, and the people along there were really, because then they would hit the motorcycles would hit the gravel and then have to turn around. So I guess there's no way to control Google
Yeah. Go ahead.
So through the chair to Councillor Kendall. I am familiar with the road you're speaking of. I believe it's more commonly referred to as Rat Lake Road because of the muskrat farm that used to be on that road.
Correct.
Yeah, we are aware of the issue. We did, I believe, do some traffic studies this summer. We can go back and look at the numbers, but there was also discussion with Public Works about putting up some signs indicating that the gravel does end, or the chip seal does end well before, so that we don't get so many vehicles turning around. I'd have to go back and look to see if those signs were installed, but I believe they were.
Yeah, that would be the one. And also, I live on the infamous 762, also known as Race City Speedway West, or various other names. And I missed it, but apparently at the cross the four corners of 762 and 549 a couple of weekends ago, you or somebody had quite a comprehensive check stop there. And I was just kind of curious as to what prompted that or what that was about.
So through the reeve to Councillor Kendall, actually, I passed through that myself coming back from Cochrane. I think that was the conservation officers and some of the sheriffs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Callister.
Hi, thank you, Chair. I'm just on page 294, figure 13. I'm just trying to identify if one of these line items is Dunbow Road.
So first off, sorry, through the reeve to Councillor Callister. Is this the one everyone has? Yesterday, I was in a separate board meeting presenting this information, and I had to apologize. We had some glitches with the actual size of figure 13 and just how that information relayed on the page. So what we did when I got back to the office is we decided to just go with the top 10, which on my sheet here shows much more clearly, but I'm not sure that would have made it electronically to your desks or your computers. So I'll do my best to answer your question, though. What was that again?
Is there one of these line items here that represents Dunbow Road? 242 Avenue East.
Yes, there is. So Dunbar Road East. And on the one I'm looking at, it is the first one at the top, and it looks like it's about 28 citations and warnings.
I'm not, are you seeing it on there? I'm not seeing it.
I'm not
on our.
No, I'm seeing Highway 549, and then I'm seeing a line under there that's got quite a few, but there's no identification to it. Then I see Highway 2A. Then I see another one with no identification. So it's like a skip. I'm just trying to figure out which one represents Dunbow Road.
Right. So my apologies. That's exactly what I was apologizing for yesterday when I went back and fixed that issue. I don't have the old one anymore. What I have here are the ones that would make more sense to myself and everybody, because I think there was a glitch that occurred. It just didn't fit on the page. And so it was doubling back and it was messing with some of the numbers.
So do you have with you
I do right here. If I could approach the bench, I could show you, but
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, perhaps you could send that out after today as well to all
And
council. So
I had our admin yesterday send that out.
So through the chair to council, we will send you the updated report shortly.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Any further questions, comments? If not, I'd look for a motion to accept the third quarter report.
I have one question.
Okay,
Sorry.
go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the floor. My one question is, and I think I know the answer, but I just want to clarify, the armadillos that you put out, those can't be placed in the winter, right? Because of the snow and the plowing would ruin the lines or the tracking.
Through the reeve to Councillor, yes, we do use those in the winter. I'm not sure -30 how effective it might be, but we used that back in January, February of the beginning of this year, and it was effective.
Okay, so the plowing of the roads won't affect them at all then?
No, they won't. We set them up pretty high just to avoid all of that kind of interference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything else. So anybody like to make a motion to accept the third quarter report? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor?
In favor.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, Manager Jules, for coming in and joining us.
Thank you.
Deputy Director Granson, I trust you are here for our emergent item F10. So we got the handout this morning and an email earlier a few days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, council members. You ready for me?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you for accepting my emergent item. This is with respect to the 2025-2026 submission period for the NRED grant, which is the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program. Basically, they provide grants to municipalities and Indigenous communities and nonprofit organizations up to basically between $10,000 and $300,000 to support economic prosperity, as well as creating economic programs for these entities. So there's a bit of history in the last year's submission. We did successfully receive $29,500 towards several activities. So this did include hiring a consultant to develop an economic development strategy, as well as creating an economic development officer position. I'm happy to inform you that we did hire an economic development officer. His name is Mark Laver, and he started on the 18th. He's been hard at work and basically putting together a proposal with the consultant group Progressive West that we had hired last year for the previous year's grant. This request comes as we have a deadline for the 2026 submission, which is this Friday. Now this grant is matched 50-50. So basically the NRED grant would cover 50% and we would cover 50%. Last year, council committed to 66,000, give or take. We didn't get the full amount, but basically we can match. They would match up to the previous, the 29,000 that we received last year. And this year we have a similar priced project. So this is the proposal that we'd like to submit to the NRED grant application is a workforce attraction marketing campaign. This is it's described in the staff report, but basically aims to address the constraints of drawing skilled talent and young families from outside of the region. So this is not intended as just a come here and live here and work here. It is intended to be a targeted campaign to high quality trained workers, as well promoting our rural lifestyle, the local employment market, and welcoming communities are some of the highlights we've pointed out. It does include a digital campaign, and a breakdown of budget. So the basic strategy is about 10,000. The marketing plan is 3,000. There's a video and ad creation aspect, which is about 12,000. Advertising and spending, spending and management of that campaign is about $2,000 per month, and it would be about an 18-month campaign. So it works out to a total of 61,000. And so at this point, we are asking council to commit to providing matching funds of up to 30,500, which constitutes our 50% matching. We have gathered basically all the information we need, as the deadline is this Friday, and we're just basically looking at getting council's okay to proceed with the submission. As part of that submission, NRED does require a confirmation that the municipality is willing to provide those funds.
Okay, thank you for that. And just a question, our 30,500 contribution would come out of council contingency fund in the budget?
To the chair, we do have under the planning budget line, we do have we
we do have allocated funds towards the economic development. We do have leftover funds from 2025, as we did not hire an economic development officer for several months. So there is some funds remaining that could be carried over. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're looking for a motion to allocate those matching funds and apply for the grant. Essentially. Okay.
That's correct.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead. Awesome. Okay, sorry, Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to Director Granson. Director Granson?
Deputy Director.
Deputy Director Granson, thank you. So this is workforce attraction. So what about local workforce development? And also, and just to dovetail with that, Northern Regional Economic Development. So I thought we were Southern, but so if you could just clarify that a little bit.
Certainly, through the chair. So it's Northern and Regional Economic Development. I don't know where they picked the name, but I think it's Northern America, but.
Okay.
And then, yeah, with respect to the program, the intent is certainly to connect skilled workers with the businesses that need them. So part of that campaign would include drawing existing residents within the county or within the region. Those could be residents within our urban neighbors as well. So it's not necessarily drawing additional people into the community, but it's connecting those people with the businesses that are seeking employers or employees. So there is a drawing skilled talent to the region, but also connecting existing talent within the region, having a hub available to them to connect them with the employers that are seeking out their skill set. Yeah.
Well, I would be in favor if it was for helping local people, because I just think there's a lot of need for the local people that are already here to have the assistance.
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair of the deputy director. So just a little clarity on some funds. So is there enough funds in there to cover off the 50%, or do we have to get a little bit more from contingency?
Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I believe we're close. We'll know better by the end of the year. It's not an exact science at this point because we have the other grant that we're still paying and we haven't actually used it all. So we're not far off. If anything, it'll likely be a $10,000 deficiency. But council will be asked to put some money into economic development budget when we have our budget discussions. As we now have an economic development person that will be wanting to do projects and do work that will likely require funding. So I suggest that we will have the opportunity to support this work as well as other future work, depending on council's budget deliberations.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. Go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair and through the chair to Deputy Granson. My question is, you mentioned fulfilling like attracting skilled workers for local business. Are you talking about Foothills? Like what? Could you describe what you mean by local business?
Certainly through the chair. Yeah, so the intent is to focus on county businesses within Foothills County. It does have an impact on our neighbors. So as part of this application, we would intend, and I believe we've collected several already, but our intent is to collect letters of support from the urban municipalities as well as business groups like the local chambers. But the intent is basically to focus on and have a hub or probably an avenue available for those existing county businesses, as well as existing county residents, to basically put them in connection with each other and make them aware of each other as well. So there will be a regional impact, certainly. We understand that several residents that work in the county don't reside in the county, and same with the other way around. But the intent is to basically make those connections both as county residents to county businesses, as well as county residents to regional businesses, and outside residents, let's say, to county businesses. So there's kind of a full web of connection that's possible through this.
Would those local businesses be required to produce or put in any funds as well?
That's not part of this proposal. Being in the early stages of, let's say, bringing an economic development officer on, it would be, it's our goal that we'll create a connection that he'll be able to basically liaise with those businesses, as well as our advisory committee, and basically provide a resource to those businesses to try to help them thrive and grow.
Okay, so sorry, one more question. Have businesses then reached out to you saying that they need help in fulfilling positions within them?
Through the chair, as of right now, we don't really have a communication line directly with most of the businesses. It's not been within our capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, CEO Payne.
Yeah, I see the time's getting close. Sorry, Mr. Reeve. But to the chair, I would just mention that we do have an economic development committee, and that's been sort of our outreach and connection into the business community within Foothills County. Previously, that committee did review a similar request last year, and funding was set aside for this grant program. Unfortunately, we were not successful with that grant application this year. So hence now there's another intake this fall for the NRED program based on the proposal that Mr. Granson has brought forward today. The Economic Development Committee did support this initiative previously, acknowledging that now there's a new committee. That question hasn't been asked of the new committee as yet. However, just to answer that question about connection with the businesses in the Foothills region, that committee is really intended to be part of that overall framework and providing that connection.
Okay, Council, are we ready for a motion? So the suggested motion is on the last page, Council allocate the money, 30,500 from the budget to provide matching funding for the Northern Regional Economic Development Grant. Deputy Reeve will go ahead.
I would make that motion.
Okay, thank you for that. We got that. Councillor Kendall.
Could there be something added to the effect that more of a local drawing focus than a external drawing focus?
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall, we could certainly work with the consultant. So we've had Progressive West prepare this grant proposal for us, but we can certainly work with them to kind of fine tune it to be more of a local focus if that's already in there. I'm relatively familiar with it, but I haven't got into the full details of that proposal. And then once we receive the grant, we can iron out some of those details, but we can certainly look at or highlighting that that's a priority for council to.
Thank you.
And the motion does leave a lot of flexibility in that regard as well, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So, Deputy Reeve.
Sure. And then we also have the opportunity to go back to the committee as well. So if the funds are categorized for the economic development and then the fine tuning through the department and the economic development person, as well as the committee, will have lots of time for discussion. And the committee will have lots of time for discussion as to the focus and where we go with it. So I think it's open enough and broad enough to be able to accommodate other thoughtful ideas on that. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So we have that motion as suggested. All those in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. So it is already 10 o'clock. Let's take a quick 2.5 minute break and we'll get back to our public hearing. Welcome back to Foothills County Council here, public council meeting. Welcome everyone here today. I'll open the hearing for Irwin, Northwest 18, 1927 west of 4, redesignation ag to country residential, page 10 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.G. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online we have Councillor Benita Estes. Thank
Hello.
you.
Thank you for that. Just so everybody's aware, our council public hearing process will commence as follows. First off, we will hear from a presentation from our municipal planner, Ms. Furnell. Then we will go to the applicant, Ms. Irwin, or any agent. I guess you don't have an agent with you this morning, but thank you for coming. And for any presentation or comments, we will then hear from anyone in the public. Right now, we don't have anyone registered in the public, but if anyone does show up, we will hear from them. At each step along the way, council administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarity or understanding of the application. After that, then we will go to closing comments, starting off first with the applicant and then back to the planning officer. So with that, I will go to Planning Officer Furnell with your presentation. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. The application before you today is from Ms. Carrie Irwin regarding the redesignation of a 14-acre portion of the subject agricultural district parcel to country residential district to allow for the future subdivision of a first parcel out. Yeah. The subject property, which is identified on the map shaded in yellow, is within Division 1. It is located directly east of and accessed from 176th Street East, approximately 7.2 kilometers west of the hamlet of Blackie, and approximately 6.3 east of the town of High River. The application proposes a redesignation of a 14-acre portion of the subject 158.99 agricultural district parcel to country residential district to allow for the future subdivision of a 14-acre country residential district first parcel out, leaving a 144.99 acre agricultural district balance parcel. There are two existing accesses from 176th Street East. The locations of these approaches are shown on the site plan by the red arrows. The northern approach would provide access to the balance parcel, and the south approach would provide access to the proposed parcel. The two photos show the sight lines from the south approach. Both north and south approaches have similar sight lines. Public Works has no concerns regarding these existing accesses and has noted that no upgrades would be required. All existing development on the subject property is located within the proposed parcel and consists of a dwelling, shown in red, and a shed, shown in orange. The existing dwelling is serviced via on-site water well, shown with a green circle, and the septic system shown outlined in blue. The balance parcel is largely flat and used as farmland. The proposed parcel is also mostly flat, with minor undulations surrounding the drainage course. There are two intermittent drainage courses on the subject parcel, one running through the northwest corner of the balance parcel and one running through the south corner of the proposed parcel as shown on the map. For the drainage course within the proposed parcel, Public Works recommends an environmental reserve easement to protect it from future development. The approximate ERE area is shown outlined in blue on the map and includes the area from the top of the slope or decline. The landowner is aware of the suggested ERE and is in agreement but has requested that they continue to be allowed to graze this area. The application submission was referred to required internal departments and external agencies. No additional comments beyond that was received from Public Works regarding the accesses, and environmental reserve easement were provided. Letters notifying landowners within 1/2 mile surrounding the subject parcel were mailed on November 5th, 2025. No letters were received. Today's public hearing was advertised in the Western Wheel newspaper on November 12th and 19th, 2025. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions or from council or administration? Seeing, Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the development officer, can we just go back to your aerial slide and
I apologize, it has disconnected me.
okay, thanks for that. So in everything that's outlined on the north side of the road, is that all pasture? This is probably get some insight from the landowner as well, but it's looking like the farthest east portion is cultivated land. A little bit to the west of that looks like it might be pasture. Any clarity on that?
Yes, that is pasture to the north.
The little triangle chunk north of the house? Yeah, where your cursor is there. Yeah.
There is.
Is that pasture or is that
No,
stubble?
that portion is farmland.
Okay, and then if go a little bit more to the left. And so yeah, so the area below your cursor, it's a little different in color. Is that stubble as well, or is that pasture?
I'm going to defer to the landowner.
Okay.
To address.
He will
Sure,
come
she'll
to you.
cover that. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any, Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Through the chair to Ms. Fernell. So the pink dotted line, that's the proposed property line?
Correct.
So that's a little unusual with the curvy lines there for a property line. And just out of curiosity, what is grown there? Hay or cereal crops on the balance of the property?
Again, I'm going to defer to the landowner.
Okay, we'll get there shortly with
Okay.
with your presentation. You bet.
The wavy line is basically kind of meant to follow the roadway to the dwelling on the proposed parcel, which was planned by the landowner.
I guess I've just never seen a property line. I mean, I kind of gathered that it echoed the pattern of the road there, but I just wonder in the future if that might create some issues, but just a question.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll seeing no more questions, we'll go to the applicant, and I'm sure you got a couple of questions to answer. So go ahead with anything you had to add this morning.
Hi, I'm Carrie Irwin, and well, it's nice to be here. And do you want me to answer questions, or do you want me to just talk about a little bit what I want to?
Yeah, just proceed with whatever you had
Okay.
intended to.
Okay. I just want to give a little information in regards to this property. I've been born and raised in the area just 2 miles from here since 1962. My dad and my grandfather owned land. They came when Dad was 12. We've been on the farm all our lives, and we have had the opportunity to farm. I have had the opportunity to farm with my family for 40 plus years. And the land that is being discussed today was purchased by my dad in 1974. And we have been working the land since 74. The land, when it was purchased, was farmland. And we raised cattle, and many years ago, it was ceded to grassland, and we grazed cows for many years on it. Then we sold our cows and put the remaining farmland back to grassland, back to farmland. And the corner that is in discussion today is always been grassland. It's just been a little piece of grass that we've always kept as grassland, being that it has the little waterway through it. And also the corner that you had mentioned in regards to the northeast corner of the section or the quarter has also always been left as grassland. So the 150 acres have been farmland for the past 15 years. We've been farming it since we no longer have cows. My son Brody has been born and raised on the farm. He's fourth generation of family that is wanting to be on the farm. And he had been looking for several years for a place in the area to be able to have his own place. And he team ropes. He has a couple of horses that he really wants to keep and be able to keep roping. So we come up with this idea that the grass that was in this corner, I have no idea what it is because I've never had it surveyed. So it's roughly, I'm going to just guess, around 10 acres that this corner has never been broke. It's always been grassland. And we came to a thought that maybe he could put a house up on the little hill and take out a minimum amount of farmland out of it and be able to also keep his horses. Being the fact that we could not find anything that he was able to afford in the cost of living nowadays. And also the place where I live is 2 miles straight north of this location. And it was my grandfather's place, and now I live on it. And I just really wanted the opportunity, being my dad gave me the opportunity to stay on the farm and to keep farming, that I'd really like the opportunity for my son to stay with the farming and the family farm and keep his horses and be able to live in a location that I give him the opportunity to be able to continue that way of life. So that's why I've come to you and asked if I can possibly have a few acres out of the quarter I own to have my son be able to live on it and be the fourth generation of the family farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council or administration? If for me, if you could, like, so that north property line on the west side, there was a bit of a question about it earlier, so it's kind of squiggly as opposed to just a straight line. And when surveys come out there, they're gonna, I guess, charge quite a fortune to survey 100 pins as opposed to 2 pins.
Right.
So just a bit of an explanation, if you could, in terms of why that squiggly line.
The map that you guys are looking at is not quite accurate. the squiggly line is we built the roadway in the same configuration as the piece of grass, the way it was running and the way we farmed it. That's the way we farmed it, the agricultural land. So we built the roadway to correspond to the little waterway that was in the grass. And when we do go to get a survey, we're going to try to straighten it more, go straight east from where the gate is, east and then south. So we're going to try to straighten that out. It's not going to be quite that wiggly. And as far as the pink line that you had where to the east, it's not going to be quite that big either. And so we're going to try to straighten it out when I get it subdivided or get it surveyed to see where the actual land amount is, because I'm not really sure on what the exact amount of land it will be too.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else from council or administration? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant. There is a bridge on 176th Street. And is that on that? That's not on this drainage that runs through the proposed parcel. It's a little, is it not a little further north?
Yes,
On the
there's a
main
bridge. Yeah, there's a bridge that is north of this quarter. But there's also where this runoff is that it only happens for a couple days a year. There's a culvert in there. It was redone here about 6 or 7 years ago. They put in a big culvert in there and took out the actual concrete bridge. There was a concrete bridge that's to the north farther, but to where this is.
Yeah, the main panel further north.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, I don't see anything else, so we will go to the public. We don't have anybody registered, but if there's anybody in the gallery that wanted to speak to this item today, now would be your chance. I'm not seeing anybody, so we will carry on and proceed to closing comments. So, Mrs. Irwin, if you have any closing comments you'd like to provide at this time.
I just want to clarify Mr. Hughes's question in regards to the different color of the land that you had commented on. What it was is it's farmland. It's not grass or anything. That's all farmland. The only grass is on the south side of the roadway. Everything else is farmland. And other than that, I just like to say that I'm just glad that I am here and I'm able to speak to you and give you some information on the property and my family history.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McHugh has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the applicant. So this is being proposed as 14.99 acres. So we're kind of caught in no man's land. Ideally, if it was under 10, if it was 9.99, then it couldn't be further subdivided. Understanding that there is some livestock here. I guess I'm just posing the question of, is there a possibility to get it under 10 acres and would you be opposed to that?
If it's under 10 acres on where everything is situated at, yes. That 14 acres was just a guesstimate, being that I was told that I didn't need to have any surveying done as of now. So we were just kind of guessing what the acres are.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. So there might be a possibility to shorten it up on the east side to make the parcel a little bit
Yes,
Smaller,
yes, yes.
potentially?
Yeah,
Okay.
it on that diagram you had, it wasn't that far east. It is quite a bit shorter because where the house is sitting, there's, it only took out probably a half an acre of farmland. The other was already
Okay,
all
well,
existing grassland.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Revol.
Sure. With that in mind, I just wondered if that's enough land for the animal units that you'd like to have on the land or your future plans.
Oh, absolutely.
If we went to 9.9, you would be able to accommodate that?
Well, where the piece of grass is now that he has, that's sufficient on the 2 horses that he has. Yes,
Okay.
that's lots.
Very
Yeah.
good, thank you.
Okay, any further questions from council administration for Mrs. Irwin? Seeing none, we'll go back to planning officer Fernell. Any closing comments?
I have no further comments.
Thank you for that. Back to council administration. Any final questions, comments before we close the hearing? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Mrs. Irwin, should you wish to view council's deliberations and decisions on this hearing, you are welcome to remain in the gallery towards the back, or you can watch the live stream meeting link found on the county's website. Otherwise, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes have been ratified next week. Thank you for taking time to come and join us today, and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we can stay in this meeting. Okay, thank you very much. So council, while this is fresh on our minds, why don't we proceed with discussion on item C1, Irwin redesignation. This is in my division, so I'll perhaps start the conversation. It is a first parcel out, which is generally supported by our municipal development plan, and council has generally supported first parcels out as well. There are a number of first parcels out within the area and some larger parcels as well. In terms of the size, yeah, hopefully we can get it a little bit smaller, particularly towards the east. I guess we'll wait and see what that looks like once surveying is done, but I do understand just with the drainage there and the cutoff and where the house is, it does make it a little bit complicated to get it too much smaller. Glad that they're taking out in this corner as opposed to somewhere else. So with that, I'll look to the rest of council. Any comments you have? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. It's an awkward parcel. I don't see any way to really reduce the size. Can't say that I'm comfortable with it, but do the topography. Don't know how you would get it under 10 and still achieve being able to keep 3 or 4 horses. So I don't know what to do with that. But in regards to the ERE, I guess I would go through the chair to the development authority. If it is an ER, if it was an ER, you wouldn't be allowed to graze it. If it is an ERE, does the potential to still graze it still exist?
Typically, our environmental reserve easement agreements do not support grazing. If council wishes, we can include that within the allowable provisions of the environmental reserve easement document that would be registered on title. I'm not sure it's worth it. I mean, what's the point if you're going to be grazing it? So, you know, it isn't necessary to take the environmental reserve easement. Typically on first parcels out, we don't take an environmental reserve easement.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the clarity I was looking for, was the rules around first parcel out. Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Revol.
Sure. Well, we don't want development in the waterways, so could we do or did we recommend CRA? I'm sorry, I didn't check that at the last bit here. CRA, possibly an overland drainage easement instead, and then we don't stop the grazing aspect, and we're not limiting that, but we are protecting the water area. Any thoughts on that?
If council chooses to require the survey and registration of an overland drainage easement over the area of the water course, that again, it doesn't stop somebody from it's intended to not allow anyone to be able to develop that lands, but typically an overland drainage easement articulates to the landowner that the land should not be disturbed and that the county has access to it, which isn't ideal either. So we could propose CRA. We hadn't contemplated that as most of the development is already on the site and we don't expect to see a lot of development, more development on the site. But if council goes to CRA, then a development permit is required for any structures in advance of a building permit on that site. So that's the cheapest, I would say, most expedient, less red tape reduction way to go for this subdivision, for this landowner. Future landowners will have to deal with the development permit if they wish to develop anything on that property.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Red tape reduction was what was going through my head when Ms. Hemingway mentioned that. This is pretty simple. These people have owned this land since the 70s and, you know, they know how to steward the property. So I'm not too concerned about I do like the idea of an ERE. I've never been in favor of ODEs because of the number of pins it takes to mark out an ODE. It's just the survey costs are just huge. Just a question to planning. So Mrs. Irwin said that she's not quite sure what the final acreage could be. So we're anywhere from 14, could be 9, could be 10, depending on survey. Are we concerned about that? Or will we deal with that at second reading, third reading?
We don't require the applicant to undertake a survey until subdivision approval as a condition. So, and I have the authority to sign off on a subdivision within approximately 1/2 acre of what council approves and what's noted in the bylaw. So it is slightly a concern that she doesn't know what the parcel size is. At least better idea than guessing. So I think, you know, and it's not that difficult for us to measure it out with our GIS to assist her. If council has direction as to what you would like, we can work with the applicant and get that nailed down. It's very doable with our technology. So if council has a direction as to what the size generally you would like to see, I'd like you to articulate that so that we can include it in the bylaw and the applicant can aim towards that when they're asking their surveyor to pin the ground.
Okay, I'm not concerned with the 14 acres. I just wanted to make sure that planning wasn't concerned that the 14 becomes 16 or 11 or
Well,
because we don't know. So
yeah, no, it is a concern. Our bylaw does note the size of the parcel. And if the survey is not done till subdivision and it's a completely different number, we have a problem. So we do need to have it figured out what that size is, at least within 1/2 acre.
Okay. Through the process, would it not have been measured approximately on GIS?
Typically, we ask the applicant to do that work. And I think there's been conversations between Carrie and the applicant on it's something like this, but it's not exactly. So I do think what they've illustrated is approximately 14 acres. It's going to be a big chunk to take it down to 10 or 9.9. That's going to be tricky. So they might be able to get it to 12, but I don't think they're going to get it to 9.9.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just knowing what horses can do to a small piece of acreage like that, that would be my concern going forward, because the smaller it gets, you know, horses can really chew up land, as I'm sure the landowner is aware. I'm not saying anything she doesn't know, but yeah, that would be my concern as well.
Okay, we'll go back to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. I think most everything I was going to comment has been addressed. The Development Authority's comments, I think, are appropriate. It's going to be very difficult to get this down to 9.99. So, of course, so we're caught in that no man's land. It's not really farming. It's country residential. So it would be nice to get it under 10, but I don't see that as being feasible. But I was just going to suggest that this is the smaller ephemeral stream here and that the larger one is to the north. And I just don't know if we can pull this up so that we can see where the bridge in the main ephemeral is. But the CRA would cover that off for me, so I don't know if that is necessary. So those are my only comments. I'm happy with the CRA. I don't think an overland drainage easement or a ERE would be necessary. Thanks. With the CRA designation.
Thank you for that. Here's the question for me. So CRA versus ERE. Now a CRA is not going to do anything in terms of the grazing component, right? Like it can still be grazed right down to nothing 12 months of the year.
Yes.
So the CRA is more with development in the.
Yeah, a development permit is required in advance of a building permit. So anything that they need a building permit for, they'll send them back upstairs to us to deal with the development permit.
Okay. Whereas the ERE, that would protect the waterway from.
In theory, if there's any enforcement of them, that's also to be considered.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. And between those two, the least red tape.
Well,
would
for this landowner, the least
Sure.
red tape would be CRA.
CRA.
Yeah.
The
For
longer
future
term for
landowner-
future would be ERE.
Most, as I said, at this scale, most of the development, at most, they may develop a small shop that they may need a building permit for, that the parcel's developed already.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, for me, I'm okay with the size because I just don't see it coming down any much. CRA versus ERE, I'm just not exactly convinced which one is the best. I'm leaning more towards the ERE. But is anybody ready to make a motion? Deputy Vol, go ahead.
Sure. Just maybe just follow up on the ERE. It's got a whole document associated with it. It's got to be registered. As far as it's got to be surveyed, whether it's noticeable or not, it's got pins, but does that really mean anything? Well, we hope it does, but one could also fence it off, but that's in the hands of the landowner. And again, that's a large curvy layout there. So when you look at the effectiveness of it, and this is a parcel where we just don't want them to be building on the water to keep that drainage open, the CRA does accomplish that. So I'm kind of leaning towards the CRA from that point of view. And then it would work for both the current and the future landowner in the same regard. The only expense, of course, would be the cost of the development permit. And of course, that would be a time factor as well, because you'd have to think about that before you were doing your building project, that you would accomplish that beforehand. And I recognize that, but there's probably not going to be a huge amount of development here. So I think it's going to be minimal. So I'm still leaning towards the CRA. So I would make that motion for approval. And it reads that council may choose to grant first reading for the application of the redesignation of the portion of Northwest 1927 west of the 4th meridian to allow the future subdivision of 114 plus or minus acre lot and subdistrict A. So we'll add that to the list, and with the balance of whatever that turns out to be. And perhaps before second reading, we could make sure we are accomplishing the approximate acreage. I'm not sure if I need to formally ask for that. If we're close to the 14 acres, we could just leave it as it is. And so then we would take out the condition for the ERE. And do we need the revised site plan? So we take out number 1 altogether.
Yep.
And we have designated as CRA And the other parts stay in. So that'd be 1, 2, and so we'd have 3 recommended conditions for approval. So that would be the motion.
Okay, thank you for that motion. I think we all understand it. I'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is not about the motion. This is just a suggestion perhaps to the landowner as she goes forward, maybe rethinking the lines of where the dwellings are now, because access to that grassland for the horses is not an issue. It's your land. You can let your son use it for his horses. It doesn't have to be part of the subdivision. And perhaps if you just redrew the subdivision there in a different way, you might get under your 10 acres and still have the grassland that your son wants for his horses. That was just an afterthought, but sorry to your motion, but.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Anything else before I call the question? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having a hard time speaking in favor of this motion. It's kind of already as stated. Yes, it's the first parcel out, but it doesn't achieve the goal of setting someone up to be farming or ranching or really pursuing horses. We've got a team roper. Team roper wants to build an arena. There's not going to be enough room. Trouble with access. At the same time, I don't want to support a bigger parcel out. So just find this to be a very unusual little corner of the world, and it doesn't really fit in keeping it under 10 acres, but it's not really big enough to accommodate more than 3-4 horses. Thanks.
Okay, unique for sure. Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed?
Here.
Okay, that motion carries. Okay, let's carry on with let's go to F3. Try to finish off F before the next. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors Public Opinion Survey, page 256 of our agenda, CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an email that I believe I had sent to council a little bit earlier this month. It's an email from the Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors Department regarding some proposed changes that the province is out to public consultation on for various highways throughout the province, from a speed limit of 110 kilometers an hour to a speed limit of 120 kilometers an hour. For those councillors that were attending the RMA convention last week, that was something that did come up and was mentioned from the floor, and also spoken to from the ministers in the Bear Pit session. This one specifically was sent to Foothills County, given Highway 2 is one of the main highways that's out for consultation on folks' thoughts on increasing that speed limit by 10 kilometers an hour. What's being sought is whether or not the county would like to take a position and send a letter to the ministry with our thoughts on that speed increase. There's really a few options that council could consider. You could just accept the letter for information if you don't wish to necessarily provide a position at this time, and let the process carry on, where residents do have the opportunity to go to the portal online and provide their thoughts and their input on that increase. Or if council does wish to take a position on our thoughts on that increase, administration can support council in providing a letter to the email address noted in the letter that council's got on page 257 of its agenda. So I might just ask council how you would wish for us to proceed on this item.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, I have already responded to this online, but I don't know what council's opinion is, but I would just bring these concerns forward. If it's not 3 lanes, divided highway, I am not in support of raising the speed limit. That's for myself personally. We face the challenges with Highway 2 here. We do have places where it is 3 lanes, and that does kind of make for a safe environment when you have slow moving equipment. Of course, I'm thinking and oversized loads. And if you're on highway number 2 and you got an oversized or slow moving equipment, and basically if we raise it to 120, that means everybody's going 130 because it's 110 right now and everybody's going 120. Well, that is just too fast when you have someone that is under the speed limit, slow moving. If there's not a service road or some way for them to get off of highway number 2 or an alternate route, which are conditions I put in, that if it was to proceed, that there has to be alternate routes for overwidth and slow moving traffic to travel on. So my recommendation was to only be in support of it where there are 3 lanes available for traffic to travel at that speed, so that there is an out for overwidth and slow moving vehicles, and specifically addressing topographical challenges such as rivers and coulees, where individuals do not have a choice but to drive on highway number 2. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and to reiterate what Councillor McHugh has said, I agree. I don't think I'm not in favor of it being upped. Being that between here and Calgary, there's 3 lanes, 2 lanes, 3 lanes, 2 lanes, and many accidents already. Lots of people are not comfortable driving the speed limit now through the winter on that road. And again, if there were alternate roads to accommodate, yeah, I'm not in favor.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, thank you. One of the things we can do in terms of responding is not take a position, but rather outline our concerns and suggest that if it was to proceed XYZ, and also concerns regarding areas where we're in waiting for an overpass and we have a lot of pinch points. So we might identify some of those concerns. So perhaps that might be a consideration as to how we might respond, or it might be more appropriate that we would respond personally. So that'd be my option. We have the option of accepting for information, responding personally, or if we did write a letter, we might be able to identify some concerns and not take a position on in favor or opposed.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not in favor of this at all. I assume that all the people that went to Edmonton last week would confer that Highway 2 is just a complete nightmare. They're already doing 120, if not 130. Now you raise that to 120. Now we're going 140 easily. In this letter, there is a comparison to Interstate I-15 being a comparable 130 kilometers an hour. The thing about interstates is there's no right and left-hand turns off interstates. They're all done on overpasses that have off ramps and on ramps. So, you can go fast when you have an easy way to get off these, but when our infrastructure is not set up for that. So we have numerous intersections that have short deacceleration and acceleration lines, and it's just not safe. So I wouldn't be in favor of it. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to this, I drive Highway 1 a lot. And I understand the crowns on highways and the need for them, and going up to, as Councillor Alger said, Edmonton the other day, the crowns on some of these highways make it very dangerous to pass. They are rough. And I mean, we understand why that happens because of the freezing and thawing. But anyways, that is a pinch point, or as Councillor Ohl would say, a concern, an infrastructure concern.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, I always find it interesting when you cross the border into Montana, the speed limit significantly increases and the quality of the roads significantly decreases as you cross into Montana. But the big difference being the volume of traffic on the roads. When you get, from High River to Edmonton, the volume of traffic gets pretty massive and pretty problematic. When you get north of Calgary, yeah, the roads, most of it is 3-lane and it's well built, but the volume of traffic makes a bit of an issue there. When you get south of High River, and this letter does speak about between Calgary and Edmonton and south. So you get south of Calgary and you've got our 338 and 370 and those three intersections there that are just very much problematic in terms of safety and the number of accidents and deaths that have happened there. You get south of High River, the traffic certainly decreases, but the province a few years ago put in those post and cable guardrails, certainly help in safety, but only 2 lanes, and some of those guardrails are so close that they're, the province can go through and fix it, and it never lasts more than a week or 2, and it's broken again. It's constantly being hit. So that indicates that there's a safety problem with the road as it is. So all of that to say, yeah, there might be some roads that are capable of this increased speed limit, but as has been stated, you go to 120 speed limit and it will only increase the actual speed another up to 130, 140. So I'm not in favor of this increased speed limit. I think safety needs to be paramount, and I just see this as a problem that way. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion for administration to write a letter on behalf of council in capturing the essence of this discussion, outlining safety concerns and infrastructure concerns in regards to the proposed speed limit increase.
And would that include taking a position of not supporting a speed limit increase, or are we just highlighting?
Sounds like it's unanimous. Yes, consensus. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm what Councillor McHugh said, that we would also include that, our opposition to this in that letter. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion. I am not seeing anybody else. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Thank you. We have a public hearing in 5 minutes. Why don't we just take a short pause and we'll come back at 11 o'clock. Welcome back. I will open a hearing for Simpson Northeast 20, 1829 west of 4, redesignation from ag to CR, page 21 of our council agenda. Ms. Barrett, would you please introduce council administration?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alter, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online we have Councillor Benita Estes.
Thank you. Our public hearing process this morning will commence as follows. First, we will have a presentation from our municipal planner, Planner Chip Chase. Then we'll go to the applicant and or their agent for introductions, presentation, or comments. After that, we will then hear from any members of the public who would like to provide input. This will be their only opportunity to speak and your opportunity to tell council your perspective. During this process, council members and administration will be allowed to ask questions of anyone present. Finally, we will go to closing comments, firstly from the applicant and agent, and then from municipal planner. With that, I will ask Municipal Planner Chip Chase to please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Quite sure how to get the full screen up there. Is that the full screen for this? Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. So good morning, Chair and Council. The application before you is from Stanley and Deborah Simpson, who are represented this morning by Mr. Bart Carswell of Carswell Planning, Inc. The application is within Division 1 and is located directly north and south of 2562 Drive East and is directly west of 40th Street East. The property is also approximately 4.45 kilometers southwest of the town of High River and can be seen on the map on the screen by the red star. For Council's review prior to proceeding with the application at hand, on September 20th, 2023, the landowners made application for what is also to be proposed this morning. Council granted first reading to this application under Bylaw 5023, which required the applicants to revise their site plan, reducing the number of lots proposed from roughly 2 6-acre parcels to 1 12-acre parcel, with the dedication of environmental reserve easement. On October 10th, 2023, the applicants withdrew the approval, and on September 20th of this year, Bylaw 50/2023 expired. This brings us to today's application, which is a request to redesignate a portion of the property that's legally described as Plan 2010432, Block 1, Lot 2, within the northeast of 20/1829 west of 4, from Agricultural District to Country Residential District in order to facilitate the future subdivision of one 5.6-acre lot and one 6.4-acre Country Residential District lot, with a 145.33-acre agricultural district balance remaining. The applicant's site plan has been superimposed over the county's mapping as it did not fully identify the property, just so council is aware of the area as a whole. Redesignation of a portion of the applicant's property from Agricultural District to Country Residential District is proposed to allow the future subdivision of one 5.6-acre lot and one 6.4-acre lot, as shown here in green, south of 2562 Drive East, leaving that 145.33-acre agricultural district balance parcel here in blue on the north side of 2562 Drive East. Access to the proposal is to be provided from the construction of an individual approach to the new 5.6-acre lot, as approximately shown here in green, and to the 6.4-acre lot here from a recently constructed approach, as shown here in orange. The applicants are also looking to retain three existing approaches to the balance of the parcel, two of which are located here from 2562 Drive East and one here from 40th Street East. Also of note, in speaking with Foothills County's Public Works Department, it was mentioned that about 12 years ago, the county moved a portion of 2562 Drive East that was roughly here, slightly to the north, to try and provide better sight lines at the intersection of 40th Street East and 2562 Drive East. Facing west on 2562 Drive, the existing approaches to the balance from this road right-of-way would be located here, with the access proposed to the new 5.6 acre lot to be constructed approximately here in order to be in compliance with the county's site distance requirements from the intersection with 40th Street East. Facing northeast into the proposed 6.4 acre lot, the applicants have recently constructed an approach in this location, along with the driveway that you see here from 40th Street East. The applicants are proposing to provide an environmental reserve easement over a portion of the property, which contains a ravine through which drainage is directed, as shown here in green. This area contains lands with excessive slope and natural ephemeral drainage, along with the presence of both native and aquatic vegetation. It should be noted that additional areas in excess of 15% slope have not been included within the proposed ERE, specifically the area that is noted here. Drainage through the ravine enters the applicant's property from the south here through a narrow but defined drainage channel which widens into the ravine where the proposed ERE begins. The drainage then extends out of the property here to the northeast where it runs through the adjacent parcels and eventually into Woman's Coulee, which is approximately 1/2 kilometer to the east. The proposed ERE also does not include the inlet for this drainage that's identified by the red arrow. This narrow portion of drainage is further affected by the recent construction of the new driveway, which is identified here by the blue arrow. This is the western end of the new driveway construction on the site, which crosses the drainage where it enters the property from the south here. A culvert's been installed under the driveway, and drainage on the north side of this driveway continues northeast here through the ravine that is to be protected under the ERE, and then out of the property to the northeast. The applicant has provided building envelopes based on the setback requirements of the country residential district with respect to property lines and with respect to the proposed environmental reserve easement. Shown here in blue, the west lot is shown to have an approximate 1.3 acre building envelope based on a 48-meter setback to the center line of 2562 Drive East, 15-meter setbacks to the south and east property lines, and a 30-meter setback to the proposed ERE. The east lot indicates an approximate 1 acre building envelope located here with a 48-meter setback to the center line of 40th Street East, 15-meter setbacks to the south and west boundaries, and a 30-meter setback to the proposed environmental reserve easement. Of note, with the building envelopes proposed, the envelope for the 6.4 acre eastern lot does not exclude that portion of the drainage that has been accepted out of the ERE, as shown here by the red arrow. Taking a look at the physiography, the balance of the property located north of 2562 Drive East is predominantly cropland. It slightly rises to the west along a small ridgeline and slightly to the east as shown here. There's also a portion of grassland located along the east boundary. The lands within the proposed lot development area, located south of 2562 Drive East, are flat grassland throughout, with a riparian area on either side of a small deep ravine running south to north through the middle of the lands. Both sections of the property have a number of drainage runs throughout, which all eventually end up in the irrigation ditch right-of-way within Woman's Coulee to the east. The most predominant runs through the parcel are the ones which run east to west and to the south here through the balance, and the one that runs south to north through the lots that is located here. The portion of the drainage the applicant is proposing to protect under the environmental reserve easement is shown here facing north. Further, the physiography provided in the previous, further with the physiography provided in the previous slide, Google imagery from 2023 also provides clear delineation of drainage through the parcel, with the two areas that affect the proposed lots highlighted here. Portions of the identified drainage have not been accepted out of the applicant's building envelopes. Facing northwest across the property, this is a continuation of the drainage channel, which carries this through the property within a smaller but distinct channel from the south boundary into the ravine that's proposed to be protected under the environmental reserve easement, and then out to the northeast. Moving into some photos of the overall site, facing northwest from the drainage within the 6.4 acre lot. The 5.6 acre proposed lot is here to the background, with the cropland balance of the lands that are north of 2562 Drive to the very far background, and the closest adjacent neighbor is located here. Here facing south to southeast from 2562 Drive East, the 5.6 acre lot is here, with 40th Street East to the far background, and the balance of the property is here to the right of the screen. And facing northwest from 40th Street East, this is the 6.4 acre lot with the lands that are to be protected under the environmental reserve easement to the far background, with the continuation of the drainage not included in the easement here. The balance of the property on the north side of 2562 Drive is to the far background here, and the closest adjacent neighbors are here to the right of the screen. And finally, this is the balance that's north of 2562 Drive East, which is shown to be in cropland. The application was circulated in two issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on November 12th and November 19th, 2025, and to area landowners within a half-mile of the application. The applicant included 7 letters of support within their proposal, all of which were provided between 2023 and 2024. Those letters form part of Council's staff report. One letter was additionally provided to the county after submission of the staff report, which has been provided to council and the applicant through the Legislative Services Department. Internally, the application was also referred to the county's Public Works Department, who have recommended that the applicant provide a slope stability report, comprehensive site drainage, and a lot grading plan in order to support appropriate building envelopes on the 5.6 and 6.4 acre proposed lots, taking into consideration the recurring minor stream that flows through the property. Public Works has further recommended that these be provided as conditions of land use should council choose to approve the application. In addition, Public Works has also recommended the applicants provide septic disposal evaluations for both new lots as a condition of subdivision, along with road widening by caveat on both the north and south sides of 2562 Drive East and on both the north and south sides of 40th Street East and both the north and south of 2562. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't mind, Planning Officer Chip Chase, if you would please show us the diagram where you identified the building envelopes. If you could show that again, that'd be great. Just wondering if I could see in particular, the smaller one. What I'm looking for is on the smaller one as to whether the identified 1 acre site would also have to have some special drainage required right in the middle of it. So I just wanted to see, you had those blue building site diagrams that showed up when you indicated the 1.3 acre and the 1 acre building sites.
The one that's on the screen here, in orange here is the 1 acre building envelope on that 6.4 acre property.
Okay.
And this is the 1.3 that's on the 5.6 acre property.
Okay, so on the 6.4 acre property, it has the 1 acre. Would I be correct in understanding sort of in the middle that there would be required a drainage of some sort? Or is that pretty much, like I could see the elevation change from your photos that you have the ravine is to the north, but I just wondered on the 1 acre site, what might be needed on that for accomplishing the drainage?
Well, certainly with the country residential subdistrict A, that they would need to do lot grading and drainage plans for this property, which would have to take into account the drainage that does flow through the building envelope. And then with an established building envelope, when they go to development permit, they would have to make sure that their buildings are cognizant of that lot grading and drainage plan and that they don't impact the drainage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions from council administration? Seeing none, we will proceed to the applicant's agent. Mr. Carswell, if you could introduce yourself and your team, and then proceed with your presentation.
Sure. Bart Carswell, Carswell Planning. I'm here as agent. We've also done some extra work that isn't shown here today. We had a professional biologist, a Master of Science from AIRS, Aquatic Research, Wayne Bessie. And so I put a little bit into that today. And if I can just, I'll get to that. But the contentious thing here is whether this is a riparian area. There's no water. And I'm going to show later with the water table from the well that it's impossible to have this with water because the water table is below the surface. And so if there's no water present, there's no banks, there's no aquatic vegetation, there's no insects that are indicative of that. So not only did we have a professional biologist look at this, but I taught limnology at the University of Nipissing University. So lakes, rivers, and wetlands, I'm not a stranger to it. This is not a riparian area. So the whole idea of doing the riparian setback matrix model was a bit of a stretch. That's more for larger rivers than in lakes, water bodies. In fact, our biologist had troubles applying it because he said the model is not designed for something so small. The only thing that happens on this property is snow load in the spring melting. And every property has some sort of slope to it. And the reason we're putting in an ERE is so that we have the slopes protected. The slopes are stable. There's no sign of erosion. It's grassland. And if you were to do the provincial stepping back from the water model, it's only 6 meters. So we felt that it's more than generous to give the 30 meters. And we've got 12 acres here. And we're just trying to split it and put in 2 developable lots. And we've shown that you can put in all that, the buildings, the approaches, the wells. So with that, I'm going to start my presentation, but I just wanted to give a little preamble if I could. Okay, start slideshow from the beginning. Okay, here we go. So the property that the Simpsons have is this quarter section, except for the parcel at the corner that's super tiny, that was an old school, and the property to the north of that. So having a road splitting the property is a natural break. In most municipalities, they look at that and say, yeah, it makes it difficult to farm that section crossing the road and everything else. So we also have a statement from the farmer that I'll produce later that says that. So subject lands as you can see here, are next to a lot of other country residential. So it's in character with the area. And as I'll show later, we've got support from 8 different neighbors. This is a video showing from the east side looking west across to the road. And this is a video panning towards the north. So you can see here that it's fairly flat. Oh, this thing's going on its own here. Hang on here. Okay, anyway, this is a photo taken from the north portion of the Simpsons parcel, looking up the ravine. So you can see it's not that dramatic. You don't see any creeks. You don't see any banks. It's got some shrubs. It's got some grasslands. And across the street, it widens even further. And you can see it's just part of the rolling topography. The fact that it happens to start on this property is something that's just looking after the spring melt, basically. So we had a slope analysis done in light green showing where it's greater than 15%. It's strange that 15% is considered steep. I had a driveway that was 20%, and it didn't present a problem for me. But 15% is your policy, so we looked at that. And so the concerns came up with, are these developable lots? So this is a mock-up, a concept showing buildings, driveways, the wells, meeting the 48-meter setback from the center line. That's a lot. That's like 160 feet or something like that, something crazy. And then 30 meters, that's like 100 feet. So it's really strange when you got a 64-acre parcel reduced down to 1 acre. But we've shown it. And then on the west, it's just a little bit more than that. So we have 2 approved approaches. Approach 1 is an access off of 2562 Drive East, and the other one is off of 40th Street East. So these were approved actually by Teresa Tripchase and Wen Kruger back in 2023. So these pictures are taken right from the approval. So I guess the first question is, can an approach be put on these sites? The answer is yes. We put in the driveway with the blessing of the county. That was all done above board. And there it is in 2025 as an aerial image. So we also had wells done because there was some discussion, well, can you even have water on these? So to create lots, and by the way, this isn't redesignation. These aren't redesignation issues. These are subdivision issues. These are conditions of approval of subdivision. So we're getting way ahead of ourselves. That's the next stage to consider, but the county wants to see this, so we've done this. So we've got a well drilled to the west with a yield that meets the Water Act. And we had a well done to the east, which also meets the requirements of the Water Act for residential. We looked at land use in terms of what the policies say for bylaw. So CR is to provide development consistent with policies outlined in the MDP. We don't think that it needs a sub-A designation which follows with a development permit and just extra work and more studies for something that's not even a riparian area. The parcel density, we've met that. So 1 lot per 5 acres. Parcel size, 2 acres, met that. Maximum 23 acres, met that. Setbacks, met that. 48 meters from the center line of a municipal road, side and rear 15. And we put in a setback of 30 meters from top of bank, even though it isn't a bank. It's just where it's steep. So also the municipal development plan, we looked at the policies 3, 9, 12, and 13 that are in the report by administration. So policy 3 is concerned with the impact on the land, specifically agriculture. It wants the efficient use of the land and also making sure we protect the environment. The land is an awkward triangle with a ravine that has little agricultural value and is adjacent to existing country residential. So it just makes sense to put more country residential here. Policy 9 It's concerned with developable area for residential parcels. The land has a developable area south the parcel, no restrictions, suitable water table, which is 6 meters below surface, low slopes on the land. You saw the slides, you saw the panning of the video. It's fairly flat. Policy 12, it's concerned with surface water features. As we've shown, there's no riparian areas or wetlands or creeks or any riplets or anything on this property. Policy 13 is concerned with the visual impact on adjacent or adjoining properties. New dwelling won't have any visual impact, and it's in character with all the other country residential across the street, and they won't impede with their views too much. So developable area, that's what was brought up earlier, and it's still the same. One thing I want to point out is the well that was on the south, on the east portion, it had a ground elevation of 1,094.20. So we had a survey done at 0.2 meter intervals, which is 8 inches. Every contour on there is 8 inches. The lowest point in that ravine was 1,088.80. That's a difference of 5.4 meters. So the groundwater level at that well, at that elevation, was 5.93 meters from the surface. So therefore, the water can't be at the surface. And there was also some well drilling in the ravine. It's actually lower than that. But it's not physically possible to have that as a river or a creek as a riparian area because the water table doesn't come out of the surface. There's no evidence of it either. The only thing that our biologist said was there's probably spring melt, and that's it. We did this riparian setback matrix model anyway because we were told we were deficient in not having that, but it's a bit of a reach to actually use it here when it's not even riparian. And our biologist, Wayne Bessie, from Applied Aquatic Research, said it was difficult to apply the model because it's more for larger water bodies and larger rivers than this, and he couldn't find any. He agreed that using the soils, the water table, everything, that 30 meters is more than enough. And he wanted me to mention that the provincial document stepping back from the water only recommends 6. So we're giving 30. We're hoping that's okay. And it's just because of slopes, really, and setting back. So we don't want to disturb the slopes in any way. There's no erosion now. We don't have any grading or anything that's going to happen near it. It's just, it's there. We recognize it. It actually adds to the property to have a bit of a roll to it. But it does make it difficult for farming. And we've got a comment at the end that speaks to that. Oh, sorry. Shift enter. No, control enter. How do I go backwards on this thing? Alternate enter? There we go. No, keeps going. Oh. Back arrow. Yeah. The legal. Okay, thanks. Okay, so from current slide, here we go. So I just wanted to point this out. I just went to the MD of Bighorn in July, and there was a councillor that wanted to put a caveat on title so that no further subdivision could occur on the land. Similar to saying, we're going to give you CR, but we're not going to let you have subdivision of it beyond that one lot. So they sought legal advice from their legal counsel. And they said that it cannot prohibit further subdivision of subject lands by registering a caveat on title. And their MPC said there's no legal authority for municipality or its subdivision authority to register as an instrument against title precluding further subdivision. This is further reinforced by the Municipal Government Act, Section 655. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention from the last time that we heard about this application. Okay, that's enough of that. So the plan of subdivision stage being the next stage, we want to look at what a developable area is, and it's as a minimum area required to ensure that there's adequate space for a building site, a water well, sewage disposal system, taking into account setbacks. The proposal meets all that. So we see this as coming in as CR. And that's all we're doing today is just redesignation. We're not looking at subdivision. That follows this and all the conditions and so on and studies that come with it. So letters of support, we have 8. So it's a lot different than the last time we came before you. People are understanding it a little bit more and what's involved. Specifically, the Wade Nelson, he's on the property. He's been farming this quarter section, the Simpsons property, or his family have for 40 years. So he knows the area. He says at the last sentence there, the lots proposed on a triangle of land that is cut off from the rest by the quarter section by a county road, that area is virtually unfarmable. I've left it in hay for the last 10 years due to this reason. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll go to landowners Steb and Deb Simpson. Did you have anything more to add? You're muted yet.
There we go.
There we can hear you. Good.
Yeah, Stan Simpson. Just wanted to thank the council for letting us join with the Zoom since we're out of town. But we think that we've done a lot of research and we've done a lot of studies and everything to try and prove to the government that we are not trying to cause any trouble. We're just looking for a couple of acreages. And I think Bart has done a really good job in proving it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Mr. Carswell, was there anybody else from your team that wanted to speak? Or is she part of your team? Okay, we'll get to public comments shortly. I'm just looking for anybody that's part of the agents. Okay, we'll get to that.
That's the
shortly. I'm just looking for the team. Thanks. Okay. Okay, seeing none, I'll look to council administration. Any questions you may have? If I could just come back to those approved approaches. So did I understand correctly? They were approved by the county back in 23?
To the chair, yes. Those approaches are approved. So we came in with a driveway and sent it to engineering and everybody, and they said, yep, it's all approved, put it in. So we had that done. And it extends past the dip in the land, and as most driveways, you put in a culvert, that's for spring melt. So it wasn't that there was a river going through it or anything like that.
Okay. In the wells, there's 2 wells drilled there. When were they drilled?
Correct. There's 2 wells drilled. There was some concern that the properties didn't have enough water, enough of a pumping rate to support 2 lots. So the Simpsons were somewhat proactive and a bit of a gamble and put those wells in from Neiman's, who's the property owner to the south, by the way.
Okay. So when was that?
Oh, it was recent. I'd have to pull up the well drilling records of that. Maybe it would be best to ask Stan, but it was in the last year or 2.
The water well's done last year.
Last year, okay.
I mean, in the spring, say one was in October and one was in April. But we have to look at the report. It's all written up. The Q20, all of that has all been done.
Okay. So it'll be 24, 25 years.
24. In 25.
25. Okay.
2025.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're on the topic of water, is there any information regarding water availability in the general area? Do the applicants live close by and can speak to that, or any knowledge of water issues in general?
Through the chair, is this something you're directing to me, Ms. Kendall?
I was asking the applicants, but I assumed that you did not live there, but unless you've done kind of a community study of general water availability in the area.
We had, through the chair, we had a hydrogeologist do the Q20 for each of the wells, which was asked of us. We had pumping tests and determined that there was adequate water. Given the low density of the area, he didn't identify any issues in terms of drawdown on neighboring wells in any way. If you want further confirmation of that, we could always provide that.
Thank you for that, but just was kind of asking, local knowledge about aquifer impact and things like that, which we know people are concerned about when two new wells are being drilled. It could impact aquifers.
Sure. So through the chair, the hydrogeologist, Ken Hugo of GRIT, Groundwater Information Technologies, did an analysis of all the surrounding wells and looked at all their pump rates before he put his report together. So he did actually look at the aquifer serving the surrounding area.
Thank you.
That's what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you for that. Not seeing any further questions, so I'll go to the public. First on my list, I have Becky Morse. Please proceed up to the mic here and introduce yourself and share your comments.
Thank you, council and attendees, for allowing me to take this rebuttal. I am the property into which that drainage would occur that Mr. Carswell was showing. That small ravine or coulee comes through my property and joins with Women's Coulee, the larger and main water flow. I'm a resident of 30 years on that property. As has been made clear, this is a second application for something that the adjacent landowners thought was probably resolved in 2023. But we're here again. I understand you can do this indefinitely, so maybe it's same time next year. I don't know. But at the time that this was originally put forth, there was a fairly strong local objection to it. And those objections were based on the drainage disruption, the smaller land parcels, which are not in keeping with most of the surrounding acreages, which are 10 acres or more. The dangerous condition that exists on 40th at 2562, that is a completely blind corner there. And Mr. Carswell, I think, talked about the visual impact. I think the visual impact that was discussed in depth is the fact that most of the people using the south end of 40th there have a chance to look across that piece of property and see what might be coming from the west, because that's the only way that you can make any assessment as to the traffic coming from the west. That is going to be blocked, certainly with two homes, maybe to a lesser extent with one. the other conditions that were brought forward were the low volume wells. All of the wells in that area are low volume. And the documentation that was submitted to you says there are 37 wells. Well, those do not include, for reasons I'm not sure, any of the acreages to the east of that. And in just counting roughly, there's at least another 15 wells, and that may be underestimating. I don't know why they aren't licensed, mine included, but none of the acreages are on that list. So there is a bigger water flow than what may be apparent. And in the last couple of years, this condition has increased. We have had drought conditions. Right now, I'm not watering in my trees this fall because I simply don't have the water to do it, which is of considerable concern to me. I'm watching them die, and I'm watching hedgerows and things that have been there for years die. So we are into a condition going forward where I don't know what the water is going to be. I have a low volume well. It was originally about 4 gallons, and I'm sure, although I haven't had it tested, that the volume is lower today than it was 10 years ago. In October of 2023, Council wrote that they would be allowed to have one 12-acre lot, which is a compromise. I think it's something that we can live with. We're not anti-neighbors. We're just anti what this plot is going to do potentially. Also, in addition to what Mr. Carswell said about the upper part of that coulee not being a riparian zone, I have seen water in years previous, not in probably the last 10 years, but in years previous, where water did flow for a good 5 months out of there. And there were tadpoles in that pond up there that were due to the water being there. That has not happened in quite a long time because of the changing conditions. I think that this is a mistake to put 2 houses up there. I think that a half a gallon of water per minute is almost laughably small if you're going to have a modern home with multiple bathrooms and multiple water uses. And I think that this has the potential of further making an impact on the neighborhood. But to go back with respect to that little coulee, from time to time, when we have significant rainfall events, that coulee has flooded. And probably the most dramatic flooding that has occurred, usually it goes off. Adjustments have been made to my own property to assist in mitigating the damage there. But I think that what is going to happen if we do this is certainly going to aggravate that situation. And in the worst case scenario, approximately, I'm going to say 2005 to 2008, sometime in that time period, we had a big rainfall. It was in June, and it was probably 5 inches, 4 or 5 inches. That little coulee flooded to a point that it took a ravine right out of my bottom pasture. And that was deep enough that an individual standing in it could not be seen. And it took out the side of the canal going into Women's Reservoir. It was a significant event, and there is no way to prevent that from happening without having, if we're going to have properties solidly up there. And 2 properties on that land is going to be a lot for the carrying capacity of both the water and the sewage. And I'm concerned about that as well, because that would be the logical drain off point. I can only ask you to please consider these points. Although there has been some very convincing information given to us today, I can tell you from living there over the last 30 years, there are several points that are not correct in the reality of things. So thank you. I hope you will take consideration. I am willing to live with 1 property, but 2 is going to put a tax on everyone from the sight lines to that corner, which is going to at some point create a problem. And there have been different answers given to this council about putting a stop sign at the top and that the speed limit is lowered. But I can tell you, living with my driveway at the bottom of the coulee, people do not go the speed limit down there, especially if they are loaded with hay or cattle or anything like that. They're actually increasing their speed so that they can get up the other side. And with that blind corner there, I think we are asking for some sort of a down the road catastrophe to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Morse. Any questions for Mrs. Morse? Councillor Kendall has a question for you.
Through the chair to Mrs. Morrison. Did I get that right?
I beg your pardon?
I just had a question for you. I have the map here of the different subdivisions to the east. Which one are you? Are you the 16.51 or the
16.51?
Okay. And you've been there for 30 years?
Well, actually 31.
Okay. And I believe it was on the subdivision to the south of you. It looks by the aerial map, there was sort of a large paving area there. Do you have any knowledge about what that is?
To the south of me?
It looked like to the south of you. I wasn't sure if it was on your property or the one to the south.
It's not on my property.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're specifically referring to. A large paved area. It may be a gravelled area on the property to the south of me.
Okay, I was just curious if you knew, but I just was curious which your property was. Thank you. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further questions for you, so thank you, Mrs. Morse. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll go to next on my list is Mr. Wayne Bessie. Is he here?
Mr. Bessie is not here.
Not here. Okay. Was he part of your?
Yes.
Part of your crew? Okay. Okay, and then I have a Peter Dodds. I guess he's part of your team as well. I have him listed as.
Yeah, Peter Dodds is back in my office. He's just watching.
Okay. Okay, I don't have anybody else on my list. I'll just go to the gallery. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to this application? I don't see anybody. And don't have anybody else online. So with that, we will proceed to the next part of our public hearing with no more public coming. So we'll go to closing comments. We'll start with Mr. Carswell. And your team. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, it's Stan Simpson. I'd like to ask Becky a couple questions.
Oh, no, no, she's been up and the question is for council and administration.
Oh, okay.
We will have in the closing comments, you will have a moment to, you can speak. So, yeah. Okay, we'll go back to the applicant for closing comments. Mr. Carswell and team.
Okay, through the chair. First, I believe there's an opportunity for a rebuttal. So I'm going to make that as part of this. So First of all, this is a new application, so bringing up things from the last application or who was in favor, who wasn't, doesn't apply. But certainly having someone speak today does apply. So I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised. One had to do with traffic, which seemed to be a stepping off point to bring that up again, which isn't related really to the property. But the approach was approved more than a quarter kilometer south of that intersection, and it was deemed to be safe in terms of sight lines. So I really, and the building envelopes, as you can see, are at the south end. So I really don't see how that would obstruct the view going onto that that intersection. It just seems odd. So I'm just going to put that one aside. The other question that came up was this could be a riparian area at some point and had river in it and stuff like that. We had Wayne Bessie do a desktop analysis on Google Earth and go back a number of years and found no evidence of this. So, I mean, unless there's some evidence of this or some photos or something, I just can't hang my hat on that. We don't see it. I mean, it's one thing to describe her property, but it's a wider area. It's closer to the river. It might have something. There might be some impervious surface on a neighbor that causes more surface runoff. I really don't know. But I don't know her property. She knows her property, and I'm sure it's right. That's what she's saying, but it's not this property. So to do a stretch and say that the riparian area stretches up beyond the other side of the road up to where it becomes flat, I don't see it. The other thing that came up, just trying to think here what it was. Oh yeah, water. And that's a very good point. And I think it's important that we address water to make sure that everybody has water supply and that these two wells don't cause an impact on that. So we had a hydrogeologist look at that and did an aquifer analysis of the area and a Q20 and said that it doesn't create an impact. And he looked at all the wells in the area as well when he does that. He's the best I know on this subject. I use him all the time, and he's very well known in the industry. So I would be surprised if he would come up with a conclusion that was contrary to that. He's a professional. He has to state as a professional hydrologist what his findings determine. So I've looked at the visibility of the intersection. I've looked at of whether this is a ravine is a riparian area or not. I've looked at views, and I really haven't changed that. It hasn't changed my mind in terms of what the findings are from the professionals that we used for supporting the Simpsons on this. I think that what we're showing is a setback because of the slopes. And 30 meters, that's like 100 feet. That's a big difference, a distance away from something that's starting. It's not that, but there's enough room that we don't have to be up there. We got the driveway already in, we've got the wells already in. Everything's going to be focused to the south. We're looking at like 400 meters from one side to the other side. It's like almost half a kilometer. There's lots of room there. It's a 12-acre parcel. It's got road on one side, it's got a road on the other side, and it's towards the south next to an agricultural operation. We've got letters of support from the neighbors to the south. We've got letters of support from neighbors on the other side of the road, up on the east side. We've got more letters of support than there are parcels in the immediate area. So the majority have changed their mind after last time we came because we've informed them a little bit more. And they're not objecting because they understand, oh, okay, this is what you're looking at. It fits in character. They're not only in support of the redesignation, but they've also put in support for the two lots. So if that helps in any way to help in your decision, we've done everything we can, we believe, but there'll be more. Plan of subdivision is where the studies come in and the conditions get met. I understand there's also going to be a 5 meters given each side, perhaps at subdivision level for future expansion of the road. And you know, that's okay. The original setbacks will apply naturally, that's what usually happens. So we're still good for a building area. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. and Mrs. Simpson, did you have any closing comments to share?
You covered it pretty good. I was just concerned about the stop sign issue and the speed limit there that Becky was talking about. If there's anything going to happen there, and the water being checked, being surveyed, there shouldn't be any problem with the water as far as we're concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council or administration? One for me, Mr. Carswell, just so I get my time frame right. So the two approaches were built since the last public hearing, is that correct?
Through the chair. It was 2023. I'd have to pull that up again to see what the year was, or what the month was, but the approaches were in place before going to that public hearing. I remember that. And then I was talking to Mr. Simpson about, you have approval for the approach. I think you should put the driveway in to show them that, this can be a developable lot. So a developable lot has an approach, has a water supply, has a building area, has a place for the septic. So it meets all that criteria. We just wanted to sort of make sure we checked all the boxes so that when it came up, is this a developable area? Can it support those things? Yeah, we've already got those approvals. And it was a bit of a gamble, I got to say, to put wells in before approval, but they're there. And the one approach is built. The other approach has approval, but it isn't built. So that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any further questions, so we'll go to Planning Officer Chip Chase for your closing comments.
I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions from council administration? It's your last chance. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Should you wish to view council's deliberations on this hearing, you are welcome to remain in the gallery or watch the live stream, and the meeting link can be found on the county's website. Otherwise, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes have been ratified next week for anyone who is registered at the public hearing today. I don't know when the discussion and decision will be made. It'll be likely made sometime today, but we have a lot of other stuff on the agenda as well. So with that, thank you very much to everyone taking the time to come here and be with us today. Have a good day. Council, it is 12, so why don't we look for a motion to break for lunch? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Welcome back. Beautiful lunch we had. So council, why don't we look at our 11 o'clock hearing this morning, Simpson Northeast 20, page 21 of our agenda. This is in Division 1, so I guess I'll start it off. Yeah, this is it's a natural subdivision across the line there. I think it makes sense, you know, from an agriculture perspective. It's understandable why they'd want to separate it off. So I'm generally in support of it. I do think the previous decision that council made regarding 1 as opposed to 2 was perhaps the best decision. I don't see the merit in having this split into 2 at this point in time. I find it a little odd that council would make that decision and then the applicant would proceed with drilling 2 wells and adding in that second approach. But I guess that's the risk that they did take. So I would support the parcel, but look for a redraw to make it 1 parcel as opposed to 2. And I'd look to the rest of council for any further input. Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't find that this aligns with the area. This is the borderline between full ag and yes, to the east along Women's Coulee, there are some smaller parcels. This has reached the point of moderate. There's already 4 parcels out of this quarter. Agree with a lot of the concerns brought up by the concerned resident. Is it appropriate to have it on that corner on the top of Women's Coulee like that? Very questionable. It's reached the point. It is agricultural land that's being actively hayed, and there's enough parcels out of this quarter, and I would not support the application.
Deputy Reeve.
A couple of factors to consider is if they were to get their parcel today, which they had previously one approved there as well, likely they would come in for an infill in the future. So what we're seeing today is a planned version of how to manage that land if it was going to be 2 parcels versus 1. So that's just one thing I wanted to bring up, that point that likely we're going to see it come in again. The other is it's naturally fragmented. And the last point I'd just like to make to start with is the appeal aspect in regards to this property, and that it could potentially go to an appeal and likely be approved without us being able to put conditions that we would like to have on it. So just a thought on how to handle it. And I believe the school site is somewhat of an anomaly from an historical perspective in relation to how this is going to be framed, and that this being a naturally fragmented piece might have merit in terms of evaluation. So just a few thoughts on it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would anybody be able to enlighten us about what prompted all the subdivisions on the quarter to the east? And is the 0.67 the school site? I was a little fuzzy on where the school actually was. And I would agree there's already 4 subdivisions out of this quarter, and I'm a little concerned about that, even though he says it's not a riparian area, it kind of looks like it to me.
Thank you for that. Not sure if Director Hemingway can answer that at all.
Sure. It's just pulling up my map, Councillor Kendall, so I can take a look at the dates associated with those subdivisions, the country residential subdivisions to the east along Women's Coulee. I recall some of them, but not all of them.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was the other question while I'm pulling up my map?
It was this location of the school site.
Right, so the school sites have been subdivided out of the parcel. I think it was done in 1925. I thought I saw something like that in the staff report. We do not consider those school site subdivisions a first parcel out of the quarter section. We exempt them from that provision because they're not. Now, it hasn't been changed from a school site to a country residential parcel and it's owned. And I believe that school site was subdivided originally on both sides of 2562 Drive. And then the northern parcel expanded and did a boundary adjustment. So it was originally a much smaller parcel and then council allowed a boundary adjustment in 2020 and expanded its size. And so, you know, the first parcel is the parcel to the north of 2562 Drive. And that was originally done, I think, in 1925 and then done again. Well, I could be wrong on that, but it was done a while ago and then it was expanded. Because it's expanded, I can't tell you when it was done. Oh, 1994, 94. Apologize. And then all the lots, the country residential lots that you see on the east side of 40th Street have been approved by council over the years, 2005, 1995, 1994. It's just council decisions.
Okay, so given that this is a school site, or the one parcel of school site, so would this proposal before us today be considered the second and third parcel? Up?
Correct. That's my interpretation. It would be considered the second and third.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we turned this down in 2023 and asked for one lot, and I don't see why we should change our mind now. Yes, there's more support from the neighbors that because they were told that this is not a riparian area. I think the ortho maps clearly show it is, and it's a low-lying area. And I think that lot 2 is really forced, like it's really tight to find building location and find a spot for that particular lot. So I was happy with the original one lot. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody want to turn something into a motion? Councillor Callister, go ahead.
I just was the school site, is it a historical site? Is anybody living there? It looks like it's a historical site.
No. I believe it's a home.
Oh.
Somebody now lives there.
So if it's a home, then how is it not second parcel out?
Well, yeah, so it was originally subdivided a long time ago. I'm feeling like it was 1948, 1930, 1925, a 0.76 acre parcel was subdivided. That was part of the original school site on the quarter section. We have our land use bylaw, which explicitly states that parcels that were subdivided as school sites are not included as first parcels out and are exempt from the provisions associated with that. It was a decision that council made in order that people who were trying to get the school site subdivided off their quarter section felt comfortable in doing so. That they weren't losing the provision to do that. It certainly doesn't mean that and once a school site is subdivided, it usually becomes a country residential subdivision and somebody else owns it and they can sell it. Oh, but in 1925, hard to know what the rules were. Well, Harry's looking like he remembers 1925.
Pretty close. Go to Municipal Manager Rita Cameron.
So historically, school sites were created in every township and range, and they were generally 1 acre parcels. And that was so if you rode your horse to school, the maximum distance was 6 miles. Uphill both ways in 3 feet of snow, even in June. But anyway, so that's the history. But many of them were consolidated eventually back into the quarter section, but there were a number that weren't. So we run into these every so often, and some of them have had more acres added to them to give people a reasonable building site, but they are out there. And so this is one of those old timers. You can see it's a little bigger because they had to add land because the property line went right through the center of the house. Actually, house was the one to the north.
Yeah. South.
The one to the south is an interesting one because it sits right on the gully, and was created. A fellow who worked for us bought it, built the house on it, and it's been there ever since. So if you drive by it, you're pretty close. You're pretty close to it. But that's the history of it.
Okay. Nobody else is jumping on. So I'm, as the area councillor, I'm supportive of one parcel out, but not the two. I just think it's a natural subdivision with the road cutting it off there. So not sure if anybody wants to give a motion or. Deputy Revol?
Sure, I'll make that motion for one parcel. And I don't know if we need to change any of the approval list that's on there.
Councillor All, would you be wanting for that to be CRA district?
That's one way to handle it, as we've had that conversation today earlier. It's the least expensive version, but gives us opportunity for intervention in future building projects. So they aren't on the gully or on the edge. They have done a location where they propose the ERE, but I think the other option would be the CRA as well. That's another option. Do you happen to have any recollection of what we asked in the first application? With A. Okay, so, and then the applicant's agent did not want CRA, but it is an option for it to be quite a lot simpler. And the road is already in, so they've already accomplished that. Do we need a new site plan?
Absolutely. We need a revised site plan.
Okay, so that's number 4. And we would have to just change that to the actual size versus the 2 parcels there. So we'd have to edit that. Water has been achieved.
We still require that as a condition. If
And
you
then-
take a look at page 35, our previous conditions are all listed there.
Mhm.
Kind of gives us something to go on.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at then on page 27, so we'll compare that.
35 is a little better.
Okay. Shall we just duplicate these? So we've got 9 here. As opposed to, what did we have on the other? 7. So we'd have 9 as per page 35.
Yeah, and number 7 is only required if the building envelope is closer than 30 meters to the slopes in excess of 15%. So if
Okay.
I identify a building location beyond that 30 meters, then we don't need that geotechnical analysis.
So it's if. I see the if in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else looks in order, so we use these 9.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll take that as a motion for a first reading.
And just for clarity, page 35 as noted.
Those 9 conditions. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that motion in front of us for first reading. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Yes, in favor.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
sorry.
you. That motion carries. Thank you very much. So let's see if we can tackle, we don't have Manager Fowler here. Why don't we go to minutes of our last meeting? I trust everybody's had a chance to review those. Any questions on the minutes or a motion to approve the minutes of November 12? Who wants to give me that motion? Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Let's go to accounts. So first off, we have November 19th. Any questions, comments on that or a motion? Motion to approve accounts from November 19. Councillor Callister gives us that. All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. And accounts for November 26. Have we got through them? Yep. Okay. Who wants to give a motion for that or questions, clarification? Counselor, motion from Callister. No questions? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Okay, what can we do quick? D2, let's go to D2 Heritage Crossing. GP Limited, Northwest 32, page 126 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Okay, council, we are looking for two motions from council for your consideration. The first motion is based on the naming of the subdivision of Heritage Crossing. For those of you that are not aware, Heritage Crossing is approved area structure plan, land use, and most of it has been approved for subdivision. The Phase 2 subdivision is actually on your agenda this afternoon, and it is just located on the east side of 2nd Street, south of Dunbow Road in the Heritage Point area. Council also has recently allowed for an amendment to the Heritage Point boundary, the hamlet boundary, to include these lands. The applicants are requesting the naming of the subdivision to Heritage Crossing. At this point, there is no request for a sign or signage associated with that. And they're also requesting council approve the road names. There's 10 road names in total. Naming the roads was a requirement or a condition of their subdivision approval. On 128, page 128, you can see the layout of the roads and the road naming. And then, of course, the proposed subdivision name of Heritage Crossing. No concerns of any of our circulation parties were noted. And you'll find suggested motions for your consideration on page 129 of your agenda under Part 1, proposed subdivision name, and under Part 2, proposed road names.
Okay, so first off, the subdivision name. This is in Division 6. What do we think? Do we like the name? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any problems with the names that they've proposed for the roads.
Okay, so for the subdivision.
Exactly, for the subdivision, yeah.
So did you want to give us that?
I'll give you the motion to accept those.
The motion, so Part 1, Option 1, approval of the subdivision name.
Yeah, I'll give you that motion.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries. And let's go to Part 2, the road naming. Councillor Callister, did you want to give us that as well?
Yeah, I'll give you the motion to approve the road naming as well.
Okay, all those names as listed there on page 129. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? Call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. MLA Fowler, good to have you with us. Let's go to F7, McChesney, Sutherland, Southwest 17, 2002 west of 5, second and third reading, page 297 of our agenda.
Good afternoon.
Why don't you go ahead and
good afternoon, Evening Council. The first matter I have before you this morning is for a second and third reading to bylaw 32, 2025. It's a portion of undeveloped road plan within the southwest quarter of 17, Township 20, Range 2, West 5. It's in between Plan 2411845, Block 3, Lot 6 and Lot 7, and it contains about 1.22 acres. The applicant is McChesney Contracting and 2519089 Alberta Ltd. The road plan is located approximately half a kilometer from the northwest boundary of the town of Diamond Valley, within an undeveloped cul-de-sac portion of Miners Road West. In May of this year, a public meeting was held and council granted first reading to bylaw 32, 2025, authorizing the closure of the undeveloped road plan for purchase and consolidation. In September of this year, the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors approved the bylaw and requested that it be amended to ensure the legal description is accurate. The current bylaw contains a clerical error identifying the meridian as the 4th when it should have correctly been the 5th meridian. In November, Foothills County Assessment Department determined that based on the commercial land valuation, the fair market value for a 1.22 acre parcel in this area is $165,164 per acre. The market value estimate is attached to the staff report as Schedule B. So we have a couple requests of council this afternoon. Firstly, would be after reviewing the information provided during the public hearing, that council considers granting second and third reading to bylaw 32, 2025 to authorize the closure of the undeveloped road plan located within the southwest quarter of section 17, township 20, range 2, west 5, between plant 2411, 845 block 3, lot 6 and 7, containing about 1.22 acres for purchase. And secondly, in this first motion, that council authorizes setting the purchase price for the 1.22 acres at $201,500.08 to be split proportionally between each parcel according to the acreage being transferred. And this purchase price would remain valid for the period of 1 year. Secondly, that in order to rectify the location area and the error in the bylaw, we need to introduce a second bylaw amending the first one. So we request that council considers granting first reading or alternately all 3 readings to that revised bylaw, correcting the legal description of bylaw 32, 2025. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So first off is second and third reading. Councillor Alger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fowler, in the notes from the February public hearing, said the applicant owns both parcels on the north and south side, and then on the request on page 289, there's 2 separate names. Is it still the same applicant?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, it was a joint application made by both of those owners. So
Okay.
yeah, one owns one side, the other owns the other side.
Okay, so they're both aware of the numbers. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay. So anybody want to give second reading on this? Councillor. I believe this is in Division 3. Oh, but sorry, you cannot participate, correct? Sorry, thank you for pointing that out. So I will just look to the 4 returning councillors.
I'll give you a second, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Alger gives a second. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third reading. Councillor McHugh gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. So then we need to, the second part of the firstly, the council authorized setting the purchase price for that at $201,508 to be split proportionally between each parcel. Anybody want to give a motion in that regard to set the purchase price? Okay, thank you. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Sorry, Councillor Kelda, your light was on, but I'm just ignoring you if that's.
I know, but I was just curious because this says request of council firstly, and then it's like, oh, but even we can't vote on this second part either?
No.
Okay. Yep, no problem.
Okay, sure. I'll call the question again. All those in favor of the motion of Councillor Alger to authorize the purchase price? All in favor? Motion carries. So now we'll look at secondly, option A or option B, that council considers granting first reading to a revised bylaw correcting the legal description of the bylaw we just talked about. So first I would look to first reading. Was that first reading from Councillor McHugh?
First reading to amend. Yep.
Okay, we got that. All in favor? Motion carries. Do we want to go to second today? If so, I would look for a motion for that. Councillor McHugh gives us that second reading. All in favor? Motion carries. And do we want to go to third? So if we do, I would look for a motion to go to third. Councillor McHugh gives us that. And this does, in order to do this, does have to be unanimous. So all those in favor of going to third? Motion carries. So now we need a motion for third reading. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay. Rush, rush, rush. Can we do F8 in 4 minutes? F8, Wilson, Northeast 10, 2029, west of 4, second and third reading, page 305 of our agenda.
Thank you. This one here is another second and third reading. This is for bylaw 19, 2025. It's an undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the north boundary of the northeast square, section 10, 20 of 29 west 4, containing about 4 acres. Our licensed applicant was Tyler Wilson, and he had requested to license the undeveloped road allowance. It's located approximately 0.8 kilometers south of the town of Okotoks and 3.3 kilometers west of the hamlet of Alderside along 48th Street East within an undeveloped portion of 402 Ave East. In March, a public meeting was held, resulting in council granting first reading to bylaw 19, 2025 to authorize the closure for license of the undeveloped road allowance for the purpose of grazing. Access would not be denied, and it was subject to ministerial approval prior to second and third reading of the bylaw. In September, we received that approval of the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors for bylaw 19, 2025. So today we respectfully request that council provide second and third reading to bylaw 19, 2025, authorizing this closure for license of the undeveloped road allowance containing 4 acres more or less for the purpose of grazing. Access will not be denied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So that is for leasing, not for purchase. First reading was given, and again, I'll just look to the 4 returning councillors on this item. Deputy Reevol.
I could provide first if you're looking for that, or second.
Or second?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, I will take that. Councillor Alger.
Sorry, I was going to give you that, but I'll wait for the next one.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, is the motion on the floor?
Yeah, we got a motion for second from Deputy
Yeah,
Reevol.
I still remain opposed to this. There's too much development in this area, so this makes sense to be closing this. Thanks.
Yeah, and this is for lease, not for sale, correct? Okay. Yeah. No, fair enough. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Can we do one more quick while manager is here? Fowler? Okay, let's go to F. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Third reading on F8. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Maybe we'll just hold off. We're running out of time. And let's take just a quick pause and we'll return with our public hearing in 1 minute. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I will open the hearing for Hamer Tree Services Limited, Southwest 6, 2128 west of the 4th. Redesignation Ag to CR, page 110 of our council agenda. Just looking for, I guess we got a few more technical difficulties. While we're fixing that up, I will provide the procedures for our planning for our public hearing this morning. So this afternoon, actually. So our public hearing will commence as follows. First, we will have a presentation from our municipal planner, Teresa Chipchase. Then we will go to the applicant and agent for their presentation. Following that, we will go to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to this application. After each item, administration and council will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. Let's just go back to Manager Barrett for an introduction of council and administration.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, Councillor Laura Kendall, and online we have Councillor Benita Estes.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. With that, Municipal Planner Chipchase, please proceed with your presentation.
So good afternoon, Chair and Council. The application before you is from Hamer Tree Services, represented by Ms. Christy Bunder of Township Planning and Design, Inc. This is a request to redesignate a portion of the property that's legally described as the southwest of 6, 2128 west of 4 from agricultural district to country residential district in order to facilitate the future subdivision of 2 3.6 acre, 1 3.7 acre, and 1 4.35 acre country residential district lots, leaving an 80.36 acre agricultural district balance parcel. The parcel is located within Division 7, directly north of 338th Avenue East, 0.3 kilometers east of 80th Street East, and 2 kilometers east of the Okotoks town boundary and Highway 2, as shown on the map on the screen by the red star. The proposal asks Council to consider redesignation of a portion of the applicant's property from agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of 2 3.6 acre lots, 1 3.76 acre lot, and 1 4.35 acre lot, as shown in green, north of 338th Avenue, leaving an 80.36 acre agricultural district balance parcel here to the north of 338th, shown in blue. With regards to access to the development, beginning on the west side of the property, the applicant is proposing to provide a 30-meter wide panhandle to the balance as shown here in green, with a common approach to be constructed from 338th as access to Lot 1 and the panhandle as shown by the red arrow. Moving to the east side of the property, the applicant is proposing to survey out a 30 by 30 meter road plan in the location shown here in blue, providing approach locations for all lots as shown here by the red arrows. Lot 4 is further to connect to the road plan area via a 15-meter wide panhandle on the west side of the lot, shown here in green. Access to the balance parcel in this location is to be provided by an additional 15-meter wide panhandle, also shown here in green. Finally, the applicant is proposing an access right-of-way be registered over the 15-meter panhandle to Lot 4, as shown here in orange. This is to provide land should further subdivision be approved on the balance parcel in the future and a road need to be extended in this location. Public Works has provided access on the west side is acceptable to their department, but recommends access management on the east side of the property should meet the county's road construction standards. Thereby, their department has recommended that an internal road be constructed as access to lots 2, 3, 4, and the east portion of the balance, as illustrated here in blue, with a temporary access right-of-way over that portion of the cul-de-sac bulb that extends into lots 3 and 4, as shown by the cross-hatching, and a road acquisition agreement registered over the remainder of the west boundary of Lot 4, as shown here in red, which would allow the road to be extended should further subdivision of the property be approved in the future. For a visual reference of the accesses proposed, this is the existing approach to the west side of the parcel, which is to provide the 30-meter wide panhandle to the west side of the balance, and the common approach to proposed Lot 1 and the west panhandle. Moving east of the last photo along 338th Avenue East, this is the existing access to the east side of the property. This is proposed to have the 30 by 30 meter road right-of-way and the panhandle driveways or to include the internal road development that is recommended by Public Works. Taking a look at the physiography, the lands are predominantly flat to slightly rolling grasslands that were at one time hayed on those portions that are north of the yard site. Outside of the grasslands, there is a drainage channel in the northeast corner of what would be the balance parcel, slightly here. The yard site contains a residence with a detached garage, along with a shop and a barn and a mezzanine that is attached to the walls of what was once an indoor riding arena. Numerous tree species have been planted throughout surrounding the yard site, lining the driveways and running east to west between the barn and the east boundary of the property. This is a close-up of the structures that are to be retained within the 80.37 acre balance parcel. Council will have noted in their staff report that in 2017, first reading was granted to a rezoning application to change the land use for this parcel from agricultural district to direct control district number 29 in order to allow an existing arena to be brought into compliance. The photo that you see here is of the arena facing west from its eastern end. The first reading was to allow the 18,000 square foot arena with its 2,200 square foot attached barn and 800 square foot suite within the mezzanine portion of the structure to be used as a limited public arena based on the parameters that are shown on the screen. It was determined that no approvals were in place for this existing arena, nor for the suite within the mezzanine, which is this portion of the structure that you see here in bright green, or to allow for the barn addition, which is here in dark green. Therefore, a condition of first reading of that approval required that all applicable code and permit requirements were to be put in place before council would consider the number of non-resident users that would be allowed in the building and before they would allow any further use of the mezzanine as a residence. In 2023, the roof of the arena collapsed and Bylaw 95/2017 granting first reading to the rezoning application expired. Upon conversing with the applicant's agent on whether the mezzanine was still in use as a residence, the county was informed that while the mezzanine, shown in bright green, was no longer in use for housing, the barn, shown in dark green, attached to the side of the arena structure, was now being used for housing. The landowner's agent provided that all necessary requirements to ensure the barn could be considered as a second residence on the property will be provided. Staff has therefore requested a condition, should the application be approved, that the appropriate code requirements and permits are to be obtained for the occupancy of the barn as a second residence on the balance parcel. For a visual tour of the site with respect to the subdivision, this is the remainder of the balance facing east to northeast towards the shop that's located east of the arena. Shifting to the north, this is another portion of the balance of the property with the adjacent development to the west located here to the right of the screen. Facing south towards 338th Avenue, the yard site on the balance is here to the right. Lots 1 and 2 are approximately here, with lots 3 and 4 approximately here. The proposed 15-meter panhandle to lot 4 is here, with the proposed 15-meter panhandle to the east portion of the balance here. This is also the area that Public Works has recommended the applicant construct the internal road as access to all lots in the balance. Facing east from the last slide, lots 1 and 2 are here to the left of the screen, with the balance north and slightly west of those lots here. Facing north from 338th Avenue, lots 1 and 2 are in the foreground, with lots 3 and 4 to the far right and the balance to the far background. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on November 12th and November 19th, 2025, and to area landowners within 1/2 mile of the application. No letters were provided prior to the submission of the staff report to the council's agenda. You have had 2 letters of support provided to you this morning from this afternoon from Ledge Services. Public Works has indicated that they will require PSTS testing, grading and drainage plans, and building envelopes as conditions of a subdivision approval, and further provide that should council agree to their recommendation of a constructed county standard internal subdivision road, that the road be 30 meters in width, that instead of an access right-of-way, there be an acquisition of land registered over the west boundary of proposed Lot 4, and that the internal road be double chip sealed to match the surface of 338th Avenue East in this location. The county's GIS department has also included that should an internal road be numbered, it would affect 5 addresses that are east of the development, and further that there would be no addressing issues if the county is not maintaining the access. And this would conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration at this time? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is actually a point of clarification for Public Works, or I could go, I'll try the development officer, maybe we'll see. I don't think that, I haven't turned down there recently, but I don't think that's double chip seal there from the stop sign down to the property in question.
From our mapping, what I have on there is that it is indeed double chip seal in front of this section of the road.
Okay, anything else? Seeing none, I'll go to the applicant and agent if you want to introduce yourselves and share your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Christy Bunder. I'm a planning consultant. And with me today are Austin Hamer and Sean Hamer of Hamer Tree Services. Answering Hammer. I thought I pressed full screen here, but maybe I didn't. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the purpose, as Mrs. Chipchase has mentioned, of the application is to amend the land use bylaw by creating 4 new country residential district parcels on this property. The parcels range in size from 3.6 to 4.35 acres in size, and the lots are intended actually to house the employees of the farm. So we know how early farming starts, and this is a great help to families who work at the Saskatoon farm. The application will also result in an 80.36 acre agricultural district balance parcel, which will support the existing agricultural uses and the 2 dwellings Mrs. Chipchase talked about earlier. In terms of its location, we are approximately 2 kilometers east of Okotoks, as Mrs. Chipchase had indicated. 338th Avenue is our main drag, and we connect to Highway 2 directly from 338th. We are bordered by agricultural lots to the north and east. We have country residential parcels to the west and south. In terms of policy considerations, we had a look at the municipal development plan, and in our opinion, the application aligns with the MDP's vision and policies by directing growth to an area in direct proximity to existing fragmentation. That minimizes the loss of unfragmented land, and in this case, this quarter section already supports a development, the Highwood Meadows community. That is compatible as well with existing residential contexts and existing uses. So we have lot sizes very similarly sized to what's in place in the area. There's 3 lots south of 338th about this size, so we tried to keep our sizes relatively the same. And it maintains the rural character by doing so, by keeping those parcel sizes consistent. It is also located in the central district, which is anticipated to experience significant development and additional intensification. The subject parcel is located on a fragmented corridor. It is surrounded by country residential development to the west. These 4 lots are being added to the balance. We felt it was contextually appropriate to do so. It would also result in less than the maximum density, which is 32 lots per quarter. In terms of the site plan and our design considerations, the balance parcel remaining at over 80 was quite important because we do have that residence which houses a family that works at the farm. And as Mrs. Chipchase had indicated, we would go and permit that and bring it up to code as a livable residence. And then there's a principal residence on this 80 as well. Sean's. I did look to see, as long-range planning seems to like us to look for connections, I did look to see if there was any opportunities to connect with Highwood Meadows, but there isn't. And there's also a very long parcel sort of jammed in here between Highwood Meadows and what we're proposing to do. So it does kind of preclude access. It does make it challenging to sort of network into an existing fabric of a community. And in this case, they have 2 approaches, one on 80th Street and one on 338th. So what I've tried to do here is at least leave 2 locations for approaches and potential egress if anything should develop here in the further in the future. Or I did notice that some of these folks are quite back in their lots. So if they couldn't get out, they'd still have an opportunity to do so just by coming over this way. So we did try to look at a bit of a network analysis to make sure that we had some safe turning movements, as well as ensure that this configuration integrated with the landscape that surrounds it. In terms of the existing site conditions, I did want to address with council what the outbuildings are on the ag balance, because as we know, the land use bylaw contains a table that allows for certain amounts of square footage permitted on parcels of over 21 acres. And in this case, we do meet the expectations of the land use bylaw for site coverage in an agricultural district parcel. There will be 2 horse shelters removed. Those are on lots 4 and 5. We do have a CCAN that is permitted, but we will go and get a permit for it if we need to. We have a shop and a residence and a detached garage that would remain. So we just try and give you an idea of what's staying and what's going in this proposal. Mrs. Chipchase did a good job of overviewing this site for you, so I won't dwell on this slide. In terms of access, as I'd mentioned, one of the things that concerned me was the municipal GIS comments that said, if this is a county road, we have to change 5 existing addresses to the east. I didn't quite love that, and I know the people whose addresses change wouldn't like it either. So what I had done is proposed a 30 by 30 here, which is a staging area for these turning movements. So we could we'll drop a common off the north side for lot 4 and the balance. Lot 2 would come off from this staging area, the 30 by 30, and lot 3 would come off that. And Mrs. Chipchase had indicated the balance and the home, Sean's home, would be accessed by the existing panhandle, and lot 1 would come off of that as a common. I just wanted to also just explain what the access right-of-way does, if council's not familiar with that process. So what we've done here is we've said, okay, this panhandle to lot 4 belongs to lot 4. So when they drive off this staging area, they're on their property. But what we have done is propose to register an access right-of-way over that 15-meter strip, which allows us to then convert that to a 30-meter road if at some point in the future, as Mrs. Chipchase had mentioned, further development would occur here. Of course, that's not what's before council today, but we wanted to just allow for the opportunity in the future long-term planning. This is just the views. We have a stop controlled. It's two-way on 338th and 80th. It is a double chip sealed all the way to the approaches, and the sight distance in both direction meets expectations. We did have a look at the natural features. The Alberta Geospatial didn't show us any features, but the Alberta Energy Regulator map did, so we went with that one. And as we could see, we had a small marsh in the northeast corner. It doesn't appear on the site plans, or sorry, the air photos. My suggestion is that's likely storm that's coming off Highwood Meadows into that corner. I don't think it has any permanence, and you can't really tell that it has any permanence from the air photos. It just looks like it's a low-lying area, doesn't retain water. We also looked at the groundwater wells in the area. Each of these lots would be serviced by an individual groundwater well, but it's important to note that, and I'll just go back to it, lots 2 and 1 have existing wells on them. So we've identified the location of those wells, and those wells were drilled some time ago. There was an approval on this property for these 2 lots, 1 and 2, many, many years ago, but yeah, before Hamers owned it, and it was never completed, but the wells were drilled. So we're just going to use those wells. We'll have to repump them. But in looking at the number of wells that have been drilled, and this is just the quarter section that we're talking about, not just not the section. This is just the quarter. What we found was over time, the static water level remained very constant. So in 1969, it was measured at 39 feet. And in 2024, 30.38. So you see a small regional decline. But as you can also see through the 90s and the 10s, the groundwater levels remained very constant. And what that tells us is that the aquifer is recharging very well. And you can also get the sense of that from the pump test results. So we've got average pump test over the time period 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 10s, and 20s, very high, between 6 and 22 imperial gallons per minute. And typically we'll see 3 to 6 on average. So this is above average, in my opinion, in terms of its ability to provide groundwater. We did an engagement. So we sent out a mail engagement, and that was challenging with the postal strike. But I have a friend who lives in here, and she did get my letter. And so I'm convinced that everyone got it. We had 40 letters that we sent out, and we sent it out on October 31st. And we did get 2 letters of support, which I brought in with me today. We didn't get any phone calls or emails or any such thing with the letter. My friend called me to say she thought it was really well written and it had a lot of great information, but I really received no responses or concerns from neighbors. This aligns, in our opinion, with the policy direction set out in the MDP and land use bylaw. I think it balances a need for growth, but also preserves agricultural land. And it really is intended to support the family and the employees of the Saskatoon farm. So with that, I will just ask Austin and Sean if they have anything they'd like to add before we close.
No, I think that was well done and covered everything pretty attentively. And I mean, I just, yeah, it would really help us with our farm and all of our growth and family and employees and stuff.
The growth at the Okotoks and South Calgary, and I guess the region is going through as well.
Yeah, it would really, be for us. So.
Yeah, we've been at this for a while, Mr. Chairman, and we wanted to do the right thing by both the land, the neighbors, and the farm. So we've come in with what we hope is a balanced proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll go to Council on Administration for any questions. I'm not seeing any questions. So with that, we will then go to members of the public. I don't have anybody registered to speak, but if there's somebody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this item today, and I'm not seeing anybody there either. So we'll go back and go to closing comments. So go ahead, Ms. Bunder, closing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just simply request council's support the 30 by 30 or a reasonable version thereof that I could work with Public Works on, because I really am not wanting to change 5 people's addresses just by doing a turning staging area. So if we could come to resolution with Public Works on what that looks like and not call it a county road, I think that would be fantastic. And it would be a win-win, I think, for many, not just ourselves. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Chepchase, could you just clarify the double chip seal on 338 again? I know the local farmer to the south, and every time I talked to him, he was talking about county equipment on 338, redoing the MRO, and then it would get busted up and they'd be back and redoing it again. So what
Yeah.
portion is chip seal?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, I did ask Vion while you were listening there, and he said that 338th from Highway 2 to 80th Street is MRO, and then 338th from 80th Street to the Saskatoon Farm is MRO with a chip sealed surface. So that's how he's explained it to me.
Okay, because we typically get somebody else to do our chip sealing, I think. And so, like I said, the comments were, it was our equipment that was always on the road this last summer. Okay, thanks for that.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, when I was looking at it, I thought, oh my goodness, the residents on 338 might be impacted by the busy traffic there. But obviously, with the purpose now explained, I don't think that's a concern. So I just wondered about that. And I think that will be accommodated without any issue. The other one, I just was doing the adding, and if I added correctly, there was 22 existing lots plus the 5 as the balance and the 4 new. So we're at 27. So I just wanted to do a density calculation there. So I just, from my own understanding. So I appreciate the number here and what you referred to, but I think just wanted to bring up that the traffic concern is now satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the development officer. I guess don't see the deputy director on here of Public Works. We need clarification. I need to know, I guess, if the road base is MRO with chip seal is a conundrum. Basically, I need to know if the base is there underneath that chip seal. If it's MRO, there's no base to that road. I don't think that the base has been done. It doesn't make sense that it would be done from 2A down to 80th would be MRO and then the rest of it would be completed. So little confusion here.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor McHugh, that would be something that I would have to get clarified by Public Works. I'm not sure if they're available to this hearing, but that would be not something that I would have the answer for you right now.
Okay, engineering technologist Antle, do you have some help for us on that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor. Unfortunately, I don't have anything further than what Director Kruger provided. It's my understanding that, as he described, it's MRO with the chip seal on top.
Okay. Councillor Kendall. Oh, no, so you're off? Are you back on?
Sorry. Just through the chair to the applicants, just curious if you had entered, like how many people live in the barn right now? And had you explored any kind of multifamily, like what was the rationale between the 4 separate lots and the expense that you'll go through, doing the different dwellings? I was just kind of curious about the conceptual rationalization there. If you could flesh that out a little bit.
Okay, I'll let Sean and Austin speak to that. A multifamily development would require a multifamily zoning. And there's also different rules associated with where and how multifamily is done in the county. So it's certainly the path of least resistance to go single CR out here, particularly. But I'll let Austin and Sean speak about the employees of the farm and who's living there and what's going on.
Whoops. Yeah, I don't think our intention is to do multifamily. It would just be residences mostly for our employees. We have a lot of employees who I think would appreciate it, as well as potentially our family. It's me, my brother, and my sister.
I'm a young, I'm starting a new family now, and I would love to have my own place on the farm as well. So that's part of it as well.
And part of our succession planning, having to do with just my mom getting older, my dad passing away. Part of that, I think this works into that as well, because we've been told that we should have lots that are subdivided in our own personal names, rather than just part of my mom's umbrella, I guess. But yeah, the intention mostly is for employees, family,
And for yourselves, it sounds like as well.
yeah, potentially, yeah.
So you would be the owners. You're not selling these. You maintain ownership.
We would, perhaps one of them would go to me or my brother, but probably me.
Okay. Anything else? We'll go to Planning Officer Chip Chase. Any closing comments?
I have nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. One last time to Council and Administration. Any questions before we close? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Should you wish to view Council's deliberation or decision, you are welcome to remain in the gallery in the back, or watch the county's live stream link, which can be found on the county's website. Otherwise, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes have been ratified next week to anyone who was registered here today. Thank you all for taking the time, and hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Can we stay on this meeting, or we stay on this one? Okay. Okay, Council, why don't we proceed with this one while it's fresh in our minds? So Hamer Tree Services, southwest of 6. Councillor McHugh, do you want to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess to the chair, that this is an eclectic area. Of course, there's some big agricultural operators in this area. And the Saskatoon farm itself is to the east, and more large parcels to the south and to the north. And then we have the development with 22 parcels right on the corner with the waterway going through it. And then as you go west out to number 2, there is further fragmentation as you get closer to the highway. 80th Street needs to get to a chip seal standard with a proper base. I'm pretty sure that the applicant is aware of the volume of traffic that is there. And so that's a very eclectic area. Can't say that I'm supportive of the rationale of putting in 4 parcels for help. There's all sorts of temporary dwellings permits available if that's an issue. And so I just open with that. Thanks.
Anyone else? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I'm looking at the area, it's a central district. So just gives a lot of weight to this for me, and being that it's on 338th next to a very busy division, it fits within the density. So I'm leaning towards it, but I also know that there are some other parameters to consider. But really a big one here is the area is of similarity across the road, and right next to it, essentially the land is already gone into fragmentation in the area. And no matter who owns the parcels in the future, you have to look at this, whether it's this particular intended use or the future use. And it does just kind of gently fill in around the area. So I feel like it is something that does fit in the area, just from looking at the map. And as Councillor McHugh referred to as an eclectic area, central corridor, the water is exceptional in the area. And as long as the roads are really well planned for future development, it might even at some point fill in as well, even further. Thank you. Those are just comments for now. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councillor Callister, go ahead.
Yeah, I would, I would generally support the application. As some other councillors have mentioned, it does, it's just, you know, it fits the area. The road that is affected is direct traffic to Saskatoon Farm, which sees a lot of traffic. So I imagine that it's fairly well maintained. I've been down it myself a few times. I think that it can handle an extra 4 lots on it. So I'm generally in support of the application.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair, this is 4 acres. The development to the west is completely CR and acreage living. The rest of the area is still a mix. As you get closer to number 2 highway, yes, there's some smaller developed parcels in there. This is going to be right on the back doorstep of a very big operation, all kinds of big equipment moving in and out of there. And if someone does make the motion to approve this, I hope they ask for road improvements to 338th over and above as well. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave the motion to the councillor of the area, but for me, I've got concerns that we're putting more people on 338. We've already proven numerous times that that's a dangerous intersection on 80th and Highway 2. Until there's some improvements, I don't think I'd be interested in this. Again, we're dealing with fragmentation of farmland. We've always spoke to that through the MDP, although it does follow with the growth management strategy, but still this is a viable agricultural operation, and my concern is the highway. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess for me, I would pretty much agree with everything Councillor Alger just said. Just it is further fragmentation. There's lots of broad scale agriculture happening in the area there yet. So we are Councillor Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I just wonder if anyone might speak to the timeline for, we're always looking for and have information in relation to the 338th improvement. Is there a timeline on that someone can just share that with us? I think it's in planning stages, but is there someone who has a definite, is that 5 years?
Funding.
Yeah.
I believe the province is prepared to move forward with the interchange, but it isn't funded at this time. So it's a matter of when the province will determine that the funding is prepared. They're in the detailed planning design component, but there's no promising associated with funding. And I think that'll be certainly the biggest issue.
And if I may?
Yep, go ahead.
So in the case of the lots, they would be to go north, they'd be right out, but left in. So I do see the point on the intersection issue at this point. It's not one that we appreciate there, that we're certainly looking for that improvement to come in there, but it is a work in progress. So this would eventually be a situation where it would be mitigated. So that's something to just keep in mind. And it's not eventually in 20 years, it's pretty imminent. It's our top project, likely to move forward, hopefully, with that fitting onto the provincial funding list. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? What way are we going? Councillor McHugh.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, I'm just going to echo the comments from Councillor Alger and say that it is premature at this time. It'd be nice to see that overpass in. 80th Street is also on the calendar to be improved as the alternate access to get out, going to the north, out to 552. That hasn't happened. We've got other projects underway. MRO from 80th out to 2 to the just about the deadliest intersection in the municipality. And I'm just going to say that this application at this point is still premature and give the motion for refusal. Thanks.
Okay, so we have that motion for refusal. Anybody else before we call the question? Seeing none, all those in favor?
In favor.
And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our miscellaneous municipal items. MLA Donna Fowler. We have F9 left, Middleton, East 35, 194 West 5, page 310 of our agenda. And again, this is only for the 4 returning councillors. So MLA Fowler, why don't you present it to us? Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve. This is my last item on the agenda today, and it is one more second and third reading. This is for bylaw 15/2025, and it's for a portion of an undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the east boundary of the east half of section 35, township 19, range 4, west 5, containing about 7 acres or 2.83 hectares. The applicants are Wilf and Tracy Middleton, and is located approximately 11 kilometers west of the town of Diamond Valley, 0.7 kilometers north of Highway 546 along an undeveloped stretch of 304 Street West. Public meeting was held in February of this year, resulting in first reading to bylaw 15/2025, authorizing the closure and license of a portion of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the east boundary of East 35, containing 7 acres more or less for the purpose of grazing. Access will not be denied to the public. In September, bylaw 15/2025 was approved and executed by the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors. Today, we respectfully request that council provide second and third reading to the bylaw 15/2025, authorizing the closure for license of a portion of this undeveloped road allowance containing 7 acres more or less for the purpose of grazing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Anybody for second reading or otherwise? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to give the motion for second as the Middletons own the lands on both sides of the road allowance and have scooped up the balance of the spaghetti 20s that were made years ago by our favorite Calgary Regional Planning. They're the major stockholders in this area, and I think this is appropriate use for this. So happy to give you a second. Thank you.
Okay, so we got that motion for second. Any further questions, comments? I'll ask the question of the 4 returning. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third. Councillor McHugh gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much, MLA Fowler. Okay, miscellaneous municipal items. Planning items. So let's go to D1, Dunham, Southeast 27, 20, 29 west of 4, page 125 of our agenda. So this was postponed from a couple of weeks ago. And who was going to present the new information we had brought forward? Mr. Kruger, do you have something for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking if engineering technologist Antil is available, but I can definitely speak on it. We had a look at the previous information that was requested, and especially similar situation in Millerville. Fortunately, no information was found. So we reached out to 4 engineering consultants. We've heard back from 2 of the companies that have capacity and experience to do a review on this for us. So we're just going through the process now. They're just doing the review, letting us know it's most likely that we won't have a report back till mid-January for when council's back after Christmas. So that is just a report for now. Looking to have answer and report back from the third party mid-January. Not sure if any council have any other questions on that, but that's just the update on that one.
Okay, no, thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair, to Director Kruger. Technologist is in the room, so I would just, was there anything else to add to the conversation?
Uh,
I don't think
there
you
we
can
go.
see him.
Thank you. Yeah, there he is. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I believe Director Kruger captured everything I have.
Okay, was there more?
Thank you for that. Motion to postpone till mid-January.
Okay. Got that motion, Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
I was just gonna, through the chair to Director Kruger, I was just gonna ask, did you check with the original developer there? He is still around and has a show home there. I thought maybe he might have something to add as well.
If I, through the chair to Councillor Kendall, we couldn't find any information in the land files. If we could potentially get that developer's contact, we can definitely reach out to them in the meantime as well. We can do
Okay,
that.
I can give that to you later.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kruger, so we're gathering up some staff time and now we're looking for another consultant. Are we able to charge this back to the developer, or is this something we're gonna have to eat?
So for the through the chair to Councillor Alger, for the third party review, it's within the fee schedule bylaw that we can charge the fees from the third party review from the engineering consultants back to the developer. So we will be doing that. Staff time, I don't believe we'll be charging that back.
Yeah, I can live with that, but as long as we're getting something out of this. Okay, appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion to postpone till mid-January until we get that further information back. And I don't see anything else, so I'll call the question. All those in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. D3 238 is 8088 Alberta ULC, page 133 of our agenda, development permit 25D 278. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So this is a direct control number 3 parcel. And as the development authority under direct control, council is now acting as the development officer for a development permit on this land. Direct control number 3, the purpose and intent of direct control number 3, it's not an application you see a great deal. And it means for the development, use, and operation of private facilities for retreat, meeting, recreation, and treatment of people, and to allow for direct control by council. The application is for a residential care facility, which is listed as a discretionary use under this land use district. So this parcel is very well zoned for the proposed use, which is a residential care facility. This application is proposed to be located in an existing residence on 78.16 acres on the east side of Highway 2 in Councillor McHugh's division, just north of the 338th. Is that north of the 338th overpass? It's very close to the 338th overpass. Yeah, okay, it's in between. So this is a 7,100 square foot main building and existing accessory buildings, which had been previously approved for a bed and breakfast and wedding event venue. The application proposes to allow the use to be transformed for a retreat center for men specifically that are under care for alcoholism and looking to turn their lives around. They're looking at, I believe it's 8. There will be 18 clients at the most at any time. There is a maximum of 10 staff. And of course, there's 24-hour supervision associated with this. We do have comments back from safety codes, from Alberta Health, and as well as municipal fire services. All of those will have to be addressed by the applicants as conditions of an approved development permit, should council choose to approve them. Alberta Transportation had no concerns with respect to the application. We do also have quite a bit of information in your staff report about the application itself, who this organization is, They've also run a number of these facilities specifically for women within the town of High River, so they're not new operators. And you'll have letters of support within your staff report as well for your consideration, including some from the area neighbors. As council likely is aware, applications for direct control development permits are not circulated to area landowners. There is no public hearing initial or public meeting initially scheduled. We have provided you options for your consideration. We have provided you options for approval as well as conditions, which I have reviewed and I'm very satisfied with. Should council wish to postpone the application for perhaps a public meeting to be held, we've provided you with that option and as well an option for refusal. Council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the Development Authority. Well, first I'll just open with the letters of support are included. They include the immediate neighbors and adjacent neighbors outside of going across the river. So I think that's a big factor here. I don't think that a public meeting is required. But through the chair to the Development Authority, the one thing, there's a lot of conditions here, but I don't see a condition here the only thing I would be looking for is a transportation safety plan is all I would be looking for in addition. Just something that's formal, that recognizing 338th, they may have to use 80th out to 552. Just would like to know that there is some consideration for the intersection of 338th or 370th. There's two options to get in and out of there. Both are kind of dangerous. And I would just like to know that there's some consideration for how people are going to get in and out of this existing DC3.
If I may, sir?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
We can certainly add that as a condition.
So I think that would be condition 13. Okay. Well, listen, let's call it 14, isn't it?
There's actually only 8 approval conditions and the balance are advisory conditions.
Sorry,
so
that
we'll add it as
yeah,
number
advisory.
9.
I like 9 a lot better. Perfect.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I am totally in support of this. I think I like the area. There's been numerous applications on this piece of property for different reasons, and nothing's ever been able to come to fruition. I think this is a great spot for what's being applied for here. Just speaking to the transportation side that Mr. McHugh was just speaking to, I like number 9 also. I was concerned about, again, adding traffic as we had in the last application, but this is not a kind of a come and go operation. Anything that goes is in vans other than the staff, and there's not a whole bunch of traffic involved with this, so I'm not super concerned. But I like what these guys are doing, and I think the letters that go with it from the neighbors and from other people, such as Paul Brandt and guys like that are in support of this, also speaks to the appropriateness of this application. Thank you.
And Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I was looking at this, the scale is around, I guess, has similarity in the sense that it's not going to be a larger scale than what was previously approved, because there could have been a lot of larger events. So I think this does fit. And as Director Hemingway was stating, the parcel is well zoned for the operation that's being proposed. Also considered, as was also stated previously, that the direct neighbors are in support, and further that the operators are experienced and they are interested in being good neighbors. So I think that's evident. I think they did a good job. The applicants and their assistants did a good job of presenting the information in a very methodical and well researched way. So I think in terms of working with them on this in the future, I think that they've got a good foot forward on that. So I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. just wondering about codes. Maybe I'm missing something here, probably am, but just a different level of fire codes or things like that from it being more or less an event, and kind of different use. This seems like more permanent, so fire codes and the level of the capacity of the water to and the septic as well.
Okay, I'll go to Director Hemingway.
Yeah, we do see concerns specifically noted within the referral circulations from um, municipal building and safety codes, as well as municipal fire services, and then of course Alberta Health. There's a lot of hoops to jump through with respect to utilizing this building as they're changing the occupancy from a simple residential building, which I don't believe ever did meet the occupancy for the type of use it contemplated, to this. The applicant's well aware that there will be changes necessary in order to accommodate the change in occupancy type under building code. And then Alberta Health will have to deal with the water, the wastewater, ensure that that all meets the provincial standards. I was very pleased to see the response from Alberta Health, because there has been times in these types of applications where they're just non-existent. And so it was good to see that they're actually paying attention and that they'll be checking this and that they have a specific issue, specific concern. So you'll notice that the very last point under number 2, under Alberta Health, they do speak to the septic system. And so, from a building code perspective, there's, a change in occupancy. All of that will have to be met as a condition of their approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm in support of this, all the reasons listed above. I think it's great. Just a question on condition number 5 on page 140. So this has to do with the approval from AHS, and we're dictating it has to be an on-site inspection. Is there a reason that we're putting that specifically in there as opposed to just an approval from AHS EPH?
It was the request that the language that AHS used. So we were just reiterating
That
from
was
there. So
Okay.
they had stated an on-site approval inspection must be completed by we just copied that. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would give you the motion to approve the application as written with the addition of condition 9, a safety transportation plan. And just add that I thought AHS was a little onerous myself. Thanks.
Okay, we have that motion. Anybody else before we call the question? I don't see anybody, so all those in favor.
In favor.
Motion carries. Okay, do we need a break or can we go on, keep going here? We're okay, so let's go to D4, Earl Wakeford Holdings, Wakeford Business Park Outline Plan, page 176 of our agenda. And again, this is only for the 4 returning councillors. Director Hemingway, I trust you're going to walk us through this.
I'm going to try, sir. Okay, council members, please bear with me. There's a lot to talk about here. You've heard enough from me. Just do this. So back in September of 2024, so over a year ago, council had a public hearing which dealt with the submission of an outline plan within the Highway 2 area structure plan, as well as the land use application. Just to understand, we have an area structure plan, a statutory plan that sits above it, and then an outline plan is a non-statutory plan that sits between the development and the area structure plan, just to give a little bit more detail and understanding as to what's occurring in there. Council, this is one of the first outline plans that council had seen. There are a number of them in the queue that are coming before you shortly. So this outline plan was viewed by council in September 2024, and council at that time postponed making a decision on it. There was a number of concerns and deficiencies brought forth by staff at that public hearing. And council asked us to list them out for council's consideration and direction, which we did, and council reviewed that on October 16th, 2024, in which case council made a motion to require that the developer include all or rectify all the concerns noted in that report, with the exception of one. We have included that report in as Appendix C in this staff report. At that same time, council did grant first reading to the land use application from agricultural district to general industry district and business district and some municipal reserves, allowing for the future subdivision of 9 business park lots and 10 general industry lots and some municipal reserve. No conditions were required to be imposed on the applicant at that time, other than to have council's approval of the outline plan. I did note that further conditions of land use would be imposed at that stage. In May of 2025, the applicant submitted a letter to council asking for what was considered a limited service development. We didn't understand what they were asking for, so we asked them to clarify that. It was just a letter, and we've also included that as Appendix D. And we've provided, we also provided them with a copy of the council decision back from October 16th, 2024. In July, they submitted a revised outline plan, and we asked Public Works and Engineering for a 30-day review. We provided comments from that review back to the applicants. It had a number of questions and concerns on that review. And then in October, the applicants resubmitted again. So that would be the 3rd submission, although there was a number of submissions prior to the September 2024 one that council saw. So it's more than 3. So this is now a submission that we've brought before you today. And council has to understand, typically, if council gives direction on an application on what you want to see come back and the applicant doesn't meet that, we don't typically bring it back to you because that's our direction. But in this case, the applicant has asked that this come back to you. And while they have met some of your requirements, they certainly haven't met all of them. The plan has been amended. It now shows 9 business park district lots and 12 industry district lots, which is an increase of 2 general industry lots. There's some other slight changes, and some of the changes were requested by council. It's illustrating that the north access is in a gated emergency access, and the new intersection off Highway 2A will be the south intersection. Originally, they had proposed to access the water pipeline that runs adjacent to their parcel out of High River towards the north, and wastewater was to be managed through individual pump out tanks. This application before you today is proposing haul in and haul out and no access to the water pipeline, which is right beside them. There's a stormwater pond proposed for fire flows, which is good, but there's no way to fill the stormwater pond as they're not connecting to the water system. And there is an access management strategy that's registered on the subject lands by way of development agreement that illustrates a council-approved access management to a country residential parcel to the east and to the pipeline pipe laydown yard to the north. That's been shifted slightly. I'm not sure if that's really a concern, but that's something to be aware of. There was a number of outstanding concerns that we've provided in your staff report. I hope council has had an opportunity to review them, including policies committing to deferred services agreements have been removed. So we've provided you with options for your consideration. Outline plans would be adopted by resolution, or they're not a bylaw, so to speak. So we provided you with approval, and because it is not in alignment with the area structure plan or the bylaw, the utility servicing bylaw, which exists in Highway 2A, we've asked that you acknowledge that. Resolution number 1 on page 179, I don't think is worded quite correctly. It states council moves to pass a resolution to grant an exemption to the phasing strategy as outlined in section 10.1 of the Highway 2A ASP. And then it goes on to accepts that the outline plan provides a suitable interim use for the lands. That is what's stated in the Highway 2A ASP. This is not an interim use. This is a permanent use. So I don't think you can state that. They're going to be developing roads and bringing in gas and power, and building buildings. This is not a temporary interim use. The temporary interim use is the pipe laydown yard. This is a permanent use. But we have provided you with resolutions that we would suggest are necessary, including one to pass to approve the Waitford Business Outline Plan. We've also provided you with an option for postponement. Our reasoning for that is we do not have a response from Alberta Transportation Economic Development Corridors, have no idea what they think about this, and then an option to refuse. We have a number of drawings and charts. Karina's very good at putting charts together. She likes to do these tables, and I like her to do these tables because it helps me to understand what was requested, what was done, and whether or not the matter was dealt with or not. And those are in your staff report. You were sent an email, a zipped copy of the outline plan, as well as I believe the transportation and stormwater plan. So I'm going to stop there. I think that's probably enough. And hopefully I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I'll get started since it is in my area. So response from transportation and economic corridors. So we've reached out to them and we're still waiting for a response, or what's the?
We had anticipated that the applicant would have done that. We didn't do this isn't a new application, so there isn't a circulation protocol associated with Alberta Transportation. If council wishes, we certainly can do that, but we had asked the applicant to undertake that to get some idea about what Alberta Transportation would say. So we don't know at that point in time.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I've had a hard time wrapping my head around this this past week, just the enormity of our agenda and everything else going on. There's only so much hours in a week. So in terms of the phasing strategy, I'm not concerned about that in the least. Servicing strategy, you know, there is a place for limited servicing developments, no question about it. This is on the south side of a fairly significant stream, and putting wastewater across that does add some difficulties. So I think if there ever was a place for a limited servicing development, I think this would be it. So I do want to get to the solution side of this. There's a lot of outstanding matters. I think a lot of that can be dealt with once we get a response from ATEC. I think a lot of it can be dealt with at subdivision stage. The MR piece, not the least bit concerned about that. We've approved many developments that have 0 developable MRs. It's been all, in some of those developments, it's been all MRs entirely been done through pathways. So, and the ASP does require a pathway along the highway. So, yeah, maybe I'll leave it at that for now and look to the rest of council. Deputy Revo.
Oh, thank you for your comments, and just to add to some of the topics you've mentioned here, you know, I counted 25 on the list on the last part that needs to be dealt with, but I circled back to what we're looking at and just coming up with those big concepts of the exemptions, and particular looking at the water, reading the letter from the planners and just explaining what we're looking at from their perspective, the limited service versus partially fully serviced, and to understand from their perspective the implications to what we're looking at, including the following table where they're looking at development in the meantime versus no development and the consequences thereof for overall for them and for the county. So in the letter, they're stating there's no existing or near future water or wastewater servicing available for the subject area. So wouldn't mind diving into that. No possibility of standalone, as we know. They're not going to put up their own plants in the location. We get that. So they are explaining their reason for the limited service. And then I was thinking, well, where do we have that also in effect? And we do have it on policy 6.6 of the phasing and servicing and utilities in the Foothills Crossing Area Structure Plan, with the goal of eventually bringing the pipe water to that location as well. So just want to get a better understanding of where we're at with this, and understanding to make a decision on this, perhaps to a postponement, maybe where we're heading, just get more information from transportation, but for us to have more time to discuss the servicing aspect and some of the other outstanding issues. It sounds like Reeve Seaward is satisfied that those can be taken care of, but today could we at least discuss the servicing aspect and why we're so supportive of that happening or being condition of this approval when it's not happening for some time. So perhaps that can be explained to us. Thank you.
I'll go to Municipal Manager Eva Cameron.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. So I just got to get my hand down here. So with respect to servicing of the site, from a water perspective, there's a 12-inch line that runs parallel to the property. It's easily accessible, and they can access water through that pipeline. We have a license with High River to supply that water. Also, our agreement with High River, if these properties access water from the town of High River, then they can connect to the High River sewage treatment system. The exact location of where they would connect, that's something that would have to be negotiated, but that's also the pipeline that goes to the High River sewage system runs to the east of this property, parallel to the Highwood River. But you know, if they had to go straight north, of course, there would be a crossing of the Tongue Creek. Not overly impossible, but it is possible. The situation with our bylaw, our water and wastewater bylaw, is that they're required to connect. There is no, how would you say, option within the bylaw for council to relax that. So council would have to amend that bylaw or rescind that bylaw. It's supposed to be rewritten, but it's been taking a long time to do that. And so that bylaw would need to be altered for them to not access the facilities that are there. Now, would it give it fire flows, give them fire flows? No, the system cannot provide fire flows as it is today. There is a long-range plan that would bring fire flows from the north, from Alderside eventually, but coming from High River, fire flows would not be provided. So there would still be some implications to buildings that are placed in there, as they would have to supply their own fire. So there's a lot of safety codes issues around them not being connected to water, and also on the fire flow side as to what kind of buildings could be placed in there. So I just put that out, but that's you know, on the utility side, that's where it sits today. And as I mentioned, there's ample water, there's ample flow, and there's access to the town's sewage system.
Deputy Evil.
Thank you. Just following up on that, can you explain the capacity with regards to our license? And with this coming online, with the number of lots we heard being proposed here, and using it here in this location versus elsewhere on Highway 2A when it builds out. So knowing our limitations with our license with the town of High River and the capacity because of other high users of water, is this the best location for the connection versus other locations along Highway 2A?
So presently, our agreement with High River is 300 acre feet. We haven't transferred that exact number to High River, but we're pretty close. And we have more license that we can transfer if we need to. The at Alderside, we have roughly 800 acre feet. So I'm rounding numbers off here. So once Alderside is up and running in June of next year, this area will be the only area serviced by High River. And so the 300 acre feet is more than adequate for this area, because the Alderside area will now be serviced by the county rather than by High River, which reduces substantially the amount of water that we will need from High River. So yes, we have the capacity, and we don't. Alderside presently does not use a lot of water from High River. Cargill does, but that's a separate license altogether.
Thank you. One more on that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So with the town of High River needing to approve this, has this ever come across their desk to say that this is a reality? So with obviously that they're separate water licenses, but are they willing to service this area with the requirements for this number of buildings and potentially anything else that's kind of on the south edge of the industrial corridor?
No, according my understanding and interpretation of our agreement, we do not require their approval to add users within this corridor. It's the service area that's outlined in our Alberta Environment Approval. So I don't see any issues. I mean, if we were to be taking a main line out of this area, yes, I believe we would have to have agreement by High River, but not for the areas that are approved within the agreement.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, if I can just jump on that a little bit, I guess. I'm just very surprised to hear that water and wastewater is so easily accessible. If I go back 6, 8, 10 months, I don't know how long it was, there was a discussion about this. And there was an email from our engineering consultant who now lives down in the Maritimes. But it stated something along the lines of this will not likely see water and wastewater services brought to this area for the foreseeable future. I think he maybe even said 20 years or something like that. I'm not sure. So I guess I'm just very surprised. So what are the steps that need to happen to get water, wastewater into these lands?
Water and wastewater is there, but fire flows are not. In order to bring fire flows to this area, we would need to build an 18-inch pipeline from Alderside to Cargill in order to have enough water to provide fire flows. So that's where the issue our engineer was referring to, is that we can't provide this area south of Cargill with we'll call it the full meal deal, where they wouldn't have limitations on the type of industry that they could put in there or the type of buildings that they could put in there, because there wouldn't be fire flows without either that line or building a large reservoir to bring the water from a reservoir to fight fire. So that's where that those comments came from.
So fire flows aside, the solution that there's nothing, no agreements of High River or any complications like that to be able to hook up to water or wastewater. We just do it.
Well, there's no issues in accordance with my interpretation of the High River Agreement. We pay them a annual fee that allows anybody who's hooked to their water system or who is taking water from them to hook to their sewage system, which is there. So it's a matter of what the cost would be. I can't say what it would cost the developer to be able to run water lines into the lots or to run a wastewater line to the town of High River's sewage system. I'm not sure if it would need a lift station. So I'm not sure the exact cost of that. It's just it's quite feasible. And then is it economical? That's a different question altogether. From a hauling in and hauling out point of view, that's problematic as well. I mean, they would be hauling from Alderside. That would be the most convenient location, and septic right now would be hauled to Calgary. So they might be type of businesses, maybe minor users, but there'll still be, depending on the type of industry that locates. And then fire flows would be a problem either way. So that situation doesn't change. They're going to have to deal with safety codes on what type of construction, how much water they'll have to have stored on site, and all those issues because they won't have fire flows.
Okay. Sometimes I feel like I'm pulling my hair out trying to get somebody to talk around this table. Maybe that's where it went. So I guess another option would be to reopen a public hearing and kind of hammer this out with a developer down the road. Is that even an option? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Municipal Government Act outlines situations where a public hearing is mandatory, and then situations where a public meeting is voluntary for a municipality to hold. It goes on to state that you can have a public hearing, only one public hearing where there's residential or residential and industrial commercial development. And then it's silent on more than one public hearing on just commercial industrial development. So you can assume you could have another public hearing if council wished to do that, or open the existing public hearing that you already had and invite back the same group. So everyone that was circulated in that first go around, as well as the developer, to hear additional information if council wishes to do that. Now, when you had your public hearing, though, as council, you also gave first reading to a land use redesignation. So that component would need to be left separate, in my opinion, and could only be dealt with the original 4 councillors that were sitting councillors last term. So that's where you run into a bit of a procedural consideration that council may wish to think about as to whether do you reopen a hearing, listen to that, and deal with the outline plan, and then only the 4 councillors come back to the land use? Or is there another way forward that reopens the land use and the outline plan simultaneously so that all 7 councillors would be dealing with both of those issues? Acknowledging that this has been going on for some time on this one. It's, I think, 1 year and 2 months have passed since the original hearing. A bylaw only lasts 2 years, so there's 10 months left on the bylaw. So if council wished to deal with both components, the land use and the outline plan, You could certainly discuss whether you might waive the fees on something like that, but give no further readings to the existing first reading on the land use. That would allow council to direct staff to recirculate and reopen the hearing with this current application or a new application if council wanted to see some more information from the developer on this proposal.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger, I see you reaching.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of torn on this myself. This council's always talked about economic development and red tape reduction. And every time one of these comes in, we're throwing stones under these guys' feet and, trying to get all our ducks in a row at one time when I feel we should be able to progress at a first reading stage and then make some improvements and then progress and progress and progress. But we're not doing it. We're going, answer these questions, they answered, and then now we want to reopen the public hearing again. Now we're into spring, probably March, April, before it would get in front of council. So just assuming that. Yeah, we seem to come up with lots of reasons why we can't do things, but we're not coming up with reasons why we can help these. And we're trying to develop this corridor. And so I just feel we keep throwing rocks under everybody's feet while they're trying to make forward progress.
Yeah, I totally agree. How many businesses go away because we don't have a place while we spin our wheels? Deputy Revo.
Thank you. So we have a list of things before us that we could decide on. I don't know if we're ready, but how do we deal with the 25 items? Do we put that back in the hands of the development authority and they go through them and itemize them? Do we go through them all 25 that don't have the check mark? What do we do with this long list? So that's my question, is how do we do that today? And do we need to do that? Just take the time and just go through them one at a time? So that's my question, is how do we tackle this long list? Because each one of them will probably impact all the rest of the information that we're looking at. And then, of course, we've got to circle back to what we're being asked to do, which is our decision on page 179, if we choose to move forward with that. So please help us with that.
Yeah, we do have 3 resolutions on page 179. So 1 is easy, 2 is big, 3 is, we'll see. Director Hemingway.
The biggest question is servicing. The applicant is trying to propose an unserviced industrial park, and we are spending millions to service this area, and this will not be serviced in the future. This is a final situation. So if council is going to consider allowing for an unserviced industrial area in our serviced industrial park, please understand that it's contrary to the existing statutory planning framework. It's contrary to the bylaw, but it's a significant impediment to, we're not going to get any offsite levies associated with this. You're spending money on utility servicing you're not going to recoup from these guys. And everybody else is going to want the same thing. So I am suggesting servicing is the question. If council isn't willing to answer that question, then I would suggest the applicant will have direction whether or not they should pursue this further or not, because I think that they're concerned that they can't afford the utility servicing. So if you're demanding the utility servicing, that might end the conversation right there. But if you're willing to consider an unserviced industrial area in our serviced industrial park, then that's a philosophical question you need to think about. And I would say if you're going to allow for that, then that then gives the applicant the reason to pursue maybe tweaking a few things that we still haven't worked out yet, but we could do that. But the question is utility servicing. I look at this exactly as A-Bills, except A-Bills was in the 80s. It connected to the existing water line. It connected to the utility infrastructure. It's the same distance apart. Exactly the same distance as this lot. And these landowners own all the land to the wastewater pipeline. There's no requirement to cross anybody else's land. So there's a desire to not service this. Is council going to be supportive of allowing it to not be serviced? And if you're able to answer that question today, then I think what that does is it gives, then I would suggest you should pursue with the resolutions that we've proposed for you. If you're not willing to allow for it to proceed as an unserviced industrial park, that's a very clear message to the applicant. And that's what they've been asking since May of last year and would really like an answer, I'm sure. And I don't know if you want to answer that today, but that's the big question.
Yeah, for me, I certainly contemplate that an awful lot. You know, I find it difficult for a business that needs a massive warehouse and one toilet. Does it make sense to be hooked up to a wastewater system, and it costs them, I don't know what that, couple $100,000, maybe more than that, in offsite levy just to have hooked up for one toilet. There is a demand for limited servicing developments. Certainly not everywhere and not every situation, but there are some. Other municipalities have done it and have done it successfully. I look at this as being, you know, with Tongue Creek kind of cutting through here, I look at this as an opportunity for one of those limited servicing opportunities. You know, if we don't provide an opportunity for those, businesses will just go elsewhere, because they will find somewhere that doesn't have that same price tag to it. So I'm in support of a limited servicing on these lands, but not further. So, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. Just more down the wormhole. If we were to do limited servicing here, would we save the water for elsewhere? We don't have unlimited water license. So would we, if we were to choose to do limited servicing here and not connect, would that water be well positioned somewhere else along the corridor? So that's one question. And just a comment from the Warner story is we have that example of someone who didn't want to connect. They have a very limited use situation and everybody there is intended to connect, and there's a long story to that one, but it's an example of how if we don't impose it right from the beginning for everyone, we're stuck with those who decide they don't want to connect, and then we have the story going on. And I know of other situations out west in Rocky View County where it was a connect if you want, and they had to impose it that you must connect, and that's water and wastewater. It started out in a friendly if you want to over time, and there was a grant for it and so on. But then in the end, it had to be imposed because of just running the facilities needed those connections to help with running the facilities. So I guess back to so just those are just examples of if we don't impose the connection, what does it look like for our future of one-off applications coming to council to consider whether we're going to allow them to not connect. And the other sort of back to the first question is, if we don't have the water used here, would it be better used elsewhere where there might be higher water users?
Director Hemingway.
One thing council could, as council is aware, you've directed us to look at the creation of a new municipal development plan. And part of our initial discussions and bringing in terms of reference before you is, should we look at the creation of and it's not limited service, this is no service, industrial area somewhere else? Are you interested in, if this is our serviced industrial corridor, are you wanting an unserviced industrial area somewhere else located in the county? And that's certainly an option to consider. It's one we've discussed at the planning level. And that would be, you know, a discussion that we would have with you when we're looking at the progress for planning for the municipal development plan. But there are some considerations, some options that planning has kicked around for an area, not a large area like this, 8,000 acres of land, but an area that's not directly visible from the highway that could be considered an unserviced industrial area. So something to chew on as well. That, you know, there's a little unserviced industrial area out towards Diamond Valley on the north side. It's just becoming quite popular now. Is there more need for that type of use in the county? And where could that be contemplated?
Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
Yes, Mr. Reeve, if we look at the history of this area and the investment that the county has put into it to provide for, we'll say, a little higher standard of industrial commercial development than even what we have to date. I mean, we have the 498 and the 498 overpass in order to provide access into the industrial area. We invested heavily in that. Anyway, the Alderside overpass, fortunately, the province invested in that, and over the last dozen years, we've invested heavily in purchasing water licenses and also moving forward with building a water treatment plant. And we're probably getting pretty close to building a sewage treatment plant, and therefore looking at what area can be serviced by the amount of license we have today. We've expanded by going with the Okotoks Foothills project, Foothills Okotoks project, where we'll be able to add license if we need to. If they're hauling water, they're still going to be using water, and we still have to find a way to provide them fire protection. I don't think the county wants to get the same situation we have at the airport, where now we're going to have to build in some fire protection for them. And at some point in time, it's going to be a lot more difficult to put water and sewer into these lots than it is today. Warner, yes, I know we had the one instance. All the rest are connected. There are water and sewer lines in the Warner Business Park. Water lines are accessed. The sewer will be accessed at some point in the future. In the other area where the field house is, we have water lines, and we even have, I believe we have sewer lines in the one in the development that's going to be proposed next to the field house. So it's coming together. It's been slow, but it's all coming together. How much land can be serviced? That's always a good question. It depends on what type of development we end up having in the corridor. Hopefully, it's far more intense than what we've had in the past.
Okay, Councillor Estes, I see your hand up. Now, you weren't part of the public hearing.
No, thank you to the chair. That was I was just going to ask if I could ask a question, but Harry did cover off portion of it. But if I'm allowed, sorry.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I'll have to not allow you.
Okay.
So, page 179, resolution number 2 is specifically related to servicing strategy. Do we want to test this out and see where we go? Do we want to postpone for a little more consideration? Okay, why don't we take 5? Sounds good. Welcome back. Let's continue on Wakeford. We've had a few minutes to think, contemplate. Do we know where we want to go? Deputy Revol.
I have a couple questions before coming to that conclusion. Perhaps that might happen today. If I may ask our municipal advisor through the chair about now that you've shared with us the availability of water and what that looks like, and that we would have sufficient license and that it seemed appropriate here and so on, what would a timeline be for going through a connection process for this particular development? And then if you have any idea of cost. So two things, timeline and cost.
Go ahead.
At this time, I couldn't comment on costs. I mean, one issue would be what council would establish as the a levy that they would have to pay towards the infrastructure that's being created to provide them water. Because they're on the High River side, that might be slightly different, but that number has to be set by council. And then there's the actual physical costs of putting pipes in. So I'm sorry, I don't have a number on that. Timing wise, that's probably the longest part, is establishing those numbers. But there'd be engineering to do, so they would have to engineer and design the pipes. Generally would probably contract that out. So it would take time. I wouldn't doubt it would be more than a year before they would have pipe in the ground.
Well, thank you for that. And if you wouldn't mind, one more thought just arose about phased in the sense of servicing, and that there might be interim servicing, but an agreement to hook up so they could work on the pipeline aspect of it. But I don't know whether any building would happen, like a year time frame seems really reasonable, but it could be within a certain time frame that they must connect. Is that something that has any legs to it?
Well, the real issue around that is what kind of deposit would you require up front to ensure that, that could happen. So if a business located with the idea of being connected future, then it would become the county's responsibility to build the pipes and everything so you would generally want enough money from the developer to guarantee that, the taxpayer wasn't left bearing the cost of putting the services in.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, no, I was going to go to Councillor McHugh.
Okay, thanks. Through the chair to the municipal advisor. Okay, so this is a little vague, but going from the letter, and then that is going to be, the only map I got here is page 183. So in regards to fire flow, so we do have the High River water line going by there. Problem is how do we get Storm Pond 1, which I'm going to guess is the public utility lot? Are we going to have the ability to fill the stormwater pond out of the water line that exists?
Yes, that could happen. I mean, there'd have to be a connection of some type. But, because right now there isn't a curb stop or anything on the main line in that area. So to fill the storm pond, you would have to provide a connection and then run, you might even run some summer line or irrigation pipe just to fill the storm pond.
Okay, thanks for that. Through the chair to the development officer, back to it's been a while, but wasn't the discussion around this thing a deferred services agreement? Didn't we have a great big discussion on a deferred service agreement in order to collect levies in the future on this thing?
I don't recall that specifically. The original application that council saw in September 2024 included language with respect to a deferred services agreement specific to wastewater. Water was always going to be connected, or had originally proposed to be connected. And they had included language in their original plan that a deferred services agreement could be used to require the connections of wastewater when it was feasible or available. That's all been removed now. So the language with respect to deferred services agreement and the intention to connect into the future for wastewater is no longer being contemplated. And just one more point on your previous question. Public Works has indicated a concern that the stormwater pond 1, which is the firefighting pond, is not proposed to be filled in any way. And so thought that was one of Public Works comments in here, is that the pond there's no way to fill the pond other than a water truck being contemplated.
Okay, thanks for that. Sure, fair enough. But that would be a condition we could make. So it is proposed that this development would have a water connection.
There's no water connections contemplated today that in the application that's in front of you.
If I may, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Kruger.
Thank you. Just through the chair to the floor, just to answer some of the questions. We did ask that question about filling the storm pond, as it's not ideal to fill it with potable water. They said they proposed that they could connect the two storm ponds, fill the fire pond with the other storm pond. Just one note on that is that's extra mechanical equipment, extra pumps that the county will need to maintain. They're currently not proposing to connect to the water. They will in the future. The way they're proposing it is, so they'll have a storm pond with water lines that run to hydrants for the system. And they're saying if they were to connect in the future to the water, they would turn the water lines in that system into the potable water supply. Only concern I have with that is you're not having a hydrant at every property. So now you're going to have to dig and put in curb stops, and it's going to be quite costly. Not sure who would pay for it at that time. But that's just some comment on the water layout and just the storm. Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, it just seems like as we gather the information, it just makes sense to go with a serviced development. And I think resolution 2 might have to be tackled first. And then the other 2 might be subject of further discussion in relation to whether some of those we may be open for some revision, or perhaps the applicants might want revision in relation to that. So I would test resolution 2 if you're ready for me to do that.
Sure.
Okay, so I would make the motion that we would not grant the exemption to the servicing strategy, and that we would require servicing and creative solutions, and perhaps reintroduce the deferred servicing regarding wastewater and coordination regarding the storm pond for the outstanding issues. So it would be, the servicing strategy would be as outlined related to water, and that further clarification may be provided on that.
Okay, so not grant an exemption.
Not granting the
Require
exemption. Correct.
Okay, and depending on this, we'll determine future steps. Okay. We all understand that. So the motion on the floor is to not grant an exemption to the servicing strategy. So it would be required to align with the section 6 of H2A ASP. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the deputy. Sorry, did I say that were you suggesting that other measures may be considered to address to address? Did I not hear you say deferred service agreement?
Regarding
You would
wastewater,
consider that?
regarding wastewater. And if we're just denying this today, that perhaps we might step aside a moment and figure out if there's any other options related to deferred servicing. I'd be happy to discuss that as well. I just, at this point, I'm saying that you must connect to water and that we could potentially get back to where we first saw the deferred services related to wastewater. And we need to solve some issues related to the storm pond, which would be used for the fire.
Okay, I concur with those thoughts. I'm just wondering if we need to have a little bit more conversation on how we solve the fire. So if we make them hook up to water, then they can't use their loop system for fire control coming out of the stormwater pond. Correct? So is it enough to have the curb stop there intermittently so that the water is there, but still allow, as suggested by the developer, to use the loop system for fire controls coming out of the fire pond if they provide an acceptable way to get the water into the fire pond so there's enough water there to fight a fire so that the fire flows are available?
Well, my understanding of this resolution, this motion on the floor would be essentially to negate that entire conversation because we would be requiring standard system hookup. So we're not granting any exemption.
We still have to deal with fires separately, yeah. Can we do that in a separate resolution then? Or a further discussion with the developer and, sorry, I should have asked you there.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So I guess I envision we need to solve some of these other issues related to what has changed in the outline plan and what we might have to go back to. One being the deferred servicing regarding wastewater, and the other is solving the storm pond for the use for fire. So we'll need to solve those.
But the motion on the floor is simply to not give an exemption.
Correct.
And then that would be outcoming from.
Correct. And maybe we might have a further resolution as to how we might look at number 1 and 3 and perhaps delay so that we can have a conversation on solving those others.
Okay.
So
we got the motion to not grant an exemption to the servicing strategy as outlined in section 6 of the H2AIA-ASP. Are we ready? Go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to start with resolution 3 and then we're going to.
No, 2. The opposite of 2 though. We're putting in the word not. Grant an exemption.
Who's to refuse? I can read it.
Are we ready or do we need time to?
What follows resolution 2? Nothing?
I don't believe it would be necessary if you approve the motion that's, I believe, on the floor.
Then it would go back to the
It has
developer
to go
and
back
he
to
has
the
to.
developer and try again for the 4th time. So it gives the developer direction to proceed. You're not refusing it, but you're providing clear direction that you're looking at a serviced industrial park.
Okay, and the questions outstanding in my mind to that, Councillor Roll has addressed water. So the outstanding is fire flows. Like even if if I heard this right, if we make them hook up to the High River water line, we don't have enough water for fire flows for the park. So then the outstanding issue still remains that the developer would need to solve is how to fill the stormwater pond at no cost to the municipality and have enough ensured fire flow capacity out of the pond to deal with fire issues. have I got this graph correctly?
Probably so.
Once they're hooked up to the water line, they can fill the pond.
Oh, that's potable water. I guess that could be an option, but that would be at their expense.
If there's a lot of stormwater, they won't need it. If there isn't, they will.
Okay.
Okay. I guess just in speaking to the motion, I can't help but worry about the number of businesses that we chase away as we go round and round and delay this at least another year and add a whole nother cost to any businesses coming here. Businesses will go elsewhere. They'll find it where they need to be. So with that, are we ready for the question?
Shall I restate it?
Councillor McHugh.
Well, I would defer to the deputy if she would like to restate.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Would move that council refuse an exemption to the servicing strategy as outlined in section 6 of the Highway 2A area structure plan. Industrial area structure plan. I didn't want to say the acronym. People don't like those.
Okay. Okay, we got that motion. We are ready. I will. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you. And to the chair, to the Division 1 councillor, what is your solution here? So we can get this business going.
To grant an exemption to the servicing strategy.
And what would that exemption read? How would you word that?
Exactly as it's written, resolution 2 on page 179. That doesn't solve everything today, but it does give clear direction that I believe we could then see our path forward. Because that's the big question in all of this. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We granted land use based on a different look at what we're looking at today. Everything's an exemption. The option for approval, the language speaks that, you know, the review cannot be resolved through the planning process. I think we're at that point where it can't be, and I would speak in support of the motion. We've done a lot of work on this Highway 2A corridor, and I think we're really trying to force this. I agree with the Reeve that there's a chance that people may walk away, but we have a plan in place, and we're spending a lot of money in this corridor. So.
Okay. Okay, are we ready? I will call the question. I assume we all understand. All those in favor? And opposed?
Yep.
Fails. So the motion fails. It doesn't give any direction forward. Do we need to postpone, Councillor McHugh?
I would give you the motion to switch pages to grant the exemption with the caveat that deferred service agreement is attached and that there is a solution presented and received and accepted for fire flows coming out of the storm pond water system. With a hookup to water.
Okay, so we'd be granting an exemption to the servicing strategy, but requiring a deferred servicing agreement. And a hookup, please explain that last hookup to water.
Well, the water line exists, so yeah.
As part of the deferred servicing agreement?
It was my understanding that the deferred service agreement was for wastewater. And so this exemption was to let it proceed without a water connection. So I'm saying water connection,
Freshwater connection,
freshwater connection,
but
it
wastewater is deferred
exists
services.
and deferred on wastewater. Well, that's, if that's, is that your motion?
No, partways. Your motion was no deferred services on either one, was it not? That's the way I understood it. Okay, was that a? Okay, was that a motion?
If we've got it captured, yes. Deferred wastewater service agreement, hook up to the water, and a solution for fire flows coming out of the storm water management plan. I don't know if I got the last one right, if that's the correct terminology. I don't know if we have to specify that fire flows have to be available out of the stormwater pond, or that is the fire flows are addressed through the stormwater management plan. I would look to administration for help on that.
And administration is all looking down. They don't want to make eye contact. Director Kruger, solve this.
I'll try my best through the chair to the floor. I believe the second one Councilor McHugh mentioned there, it's would be appropriate.
Appropriate fire flows coming out of the stormwater pond.
Yep.
Appropriate. Okay.
And I apologize if that was what the intention of your first motion was, but okay.
Okay. Deputy Reevol. Okay. Councillor Alger.
So one more time, Mr. McHugh, in its entirety, please. So hook the water service, defers the wastewater and fire flow from the PUL.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So we all understand it? We're ready to go? All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We can talk. D5, amendment to land use bylaw data processing facilities. Second and third reading, page 209. Director Him. Okay, sounds good. Let's go to subdivision approving authority and we give a motion to go into subdivision. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion. All in favor? Anybody? Okay.
Sorry, in favor.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Motion carries. Heritage Crossing. GP Limited, request for subdivision, page 222 of our agenda. Director Hemingway, I trust.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This is an application for subdivision, requesting subdivision application of 26 residential multifamily units on an area of land approximately 6.9 acres on the very north end of Heritage Crossing subdivision. This subdivision aligns with the land use as well as the area structure plan, which both have been approved by council previously. I have reviewed the application. as well as the conditions. I have no concerns. At this point, I would request subdivision approval unless council has any questions.
Okay, council, any questions? Comments? Motion? Yes, we all get to vote on this. So the suggested motion is on page 230 of our agenda.
Oh, that's true.
Councillor Callister, would you like to lead us in something?
All we need.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. From Chair to the floor, I would give you the motion to approve subdivision application.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, comments? Councillor Kendall.
This is right off from Dunville Road. Any traffic concerns?
Lots.
So,
Right where,
any
Lots.
traffic?
right where our traffic circle is
Lots
gonna be
of traffic
going.
concerns.
I was just gonna say that might be maybe something until the traffic circle gets.
Well, if I may.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
That very specific point of whether the traffic circle would be constructed prior to the subdivision of these lands or not was discussed by the previous council, and it was determined to not. That this development would not wait until the construction of the traffic circle, that it would proceed in advance of it.
And will the traffic circle address some of these traffic concerns or only add to the traffic issues on Dunville Road?
Well, I certainly hope they'll address the traffic concerns. It's the point of the expense.
Municipal Manager Reva Cameron.
Yes, just for council's information, the traffic circle is out to tender. And I'm trying to remember when it closes. I got an email from Director Kruger. So I guess it depends in the end whether council accepts the tendered price. But it is well underway now from a tendering point of view. So
I'm going to go to CEO Payne.
Yeah, and just on the date, it's December 19th at 2 p.m. when that tender closes. Assuming that there's no requests for an extension to that deadline from proponents.
Okay. Councillor Callister.
I guess further to the traffic situation there with this phase 2 proceeding, what does the phasing look like to install this traffic circle while they're building on site? Is there any alternative traffic detours planned? What do we have planned to phase this through without interrupting all the people that live there and the fire hall?
Deputy or Director Kruger, you can probably.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Callister. I'll try to answer that question. So phasing wise for the roundabout, there's no phase. It's going to be built out when it starts. There is a detour that will be built while construction is happening to keep traffic moving. And in the meantime, with that too, 2nd Street was widened by the developer of Heritage Crossing. It still needs a little bit of surface on there, but it was widened. And I believe this is the last phase of Heritage Crossing for that part, I believe. But so phasing wise for the roundabout, it's all going to be built with a dedicated detour. and then to keep traffic moving, to give access to the fire hall. And yeah, as mentioned, Second Street was widened south of Dunbow.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kruger, the developer, also made a fairly substantial contribution to the widening of the road, did he not?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, that's correct. The cost of widening of Second was all on the developer.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
So just through the chair to whoever wants to answer this, so would this phase be deferred or delayed until the traffic circle is done?
I'm not sure if there's any comments from administration on that. I know I spoke in the past about the need to get this traffic circle done before we start approving all these things, and I would not, in my opinion, not support further subdivision at this point in time until we get a little farther down the road with a traffic circle. That's where I'm at. Okay, I don't see any. Director Hemingway.
Right, I'm just looking for some numbers. So the council granted approval of the 75 units in Heritage. No, it's more than that. Last spring, they granted approval for, I'm not sure how many it is, 75 plus 44 units already. And this stage is for 26 units. So, you know, the approvals in place will have an impact on the traffic. Right now, it's all utility construction and grading. They haven't registered the subdivision yet, so building won't start until next spring. But I would suggest the additional 26 multifamily units is not going to make much of a difference considering the approvals already in place for what, 125 units in that development. So it's already going to happen.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. I just wanted to say that I would be in favor of waiting for the traffic circle to be done first. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have the motion to approve the subdivision as laid out, page 230, 231 of our agenda. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the Development Authority. So page 234, that is road plan 2479 JK, that's Dumbo Road. Okay. So now, just for in my own mind here, it all blurs together. 2 weeks ago, so there is another phase, there was an amendment to this ASP that is further to the south.
There's another ASP.
Another ASP.
Yeah.
And that, what did we call that, or what is that? What's that?
Call it as Heritage Estates. Is that right, Drew? Yeah, Heritage Estates.
Okay, so that's not being contemplated today. This is phase 2. Phase 1 is well underway.
Yeah.
So this is the front part. This is the front part. If you're kind of looking at it, when you pull in there, you would actually think that this should have been phase 1 and then phase 2 would be further south, but that's not how it's working. So all of phase 1 is basically
happening.
All the infrastructure is just about complete. So understanding where the other councillors are coming from, I am just suggesting that the horse has already left the barn on this one. This is the front part of this development against Dumbo Road. And at this point, I can't see where it's unfortunate that it's not quite lining up, but it would be, there's no efficiencies whatsoever holding off with phase to when phase one to the south of it is all constructed. All the disturbances have already occurred. So I would speak in favor of the motion to proceed with the subdivision of phase two. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, with all due respect to your reasoning, I beg to differ in that as the intensity of the traffic is logically going to increase from the 2 over to the other interchange there, I would say this little stretch of road from Highway 2A to the interchange of Dunbow Road and Highway 2 is, for lack of a better word, just another accident or accidents waiting to happen. And I would say phase 2 being so close to Dunbow Road would be a logical one to have another use for, because those people probably aren't going to be very happy actually once they get living right beside all that traffic and traffic circle and whatnot. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we,
I don't know.
Director Hemingway?
Yeah, I mean, council's already approved the area structure plan. We've already approved the land use. This is simply creating the lots. The utilities are already in place. The letters of credit already been issued. Most of the development or most of the utilities have already been constructed. Again, that the development has gone through iterations with the CMRB. The ship has sailed on that. So the land uses are in place. We had lots of conversations over 2-year time periods about the setback. All the setback requirements for Dunbow have been met that council dictated. So yeah, people might not like it, but right now I would suggest it's pretty easy to sell things in the Heritage Point area. People seem to really like it there. They're very happy there.
Okay, so we have Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I certainly respect Councillor Kendall's comments, and I've said this before a couple of years ago when we were doing a couple of subdivisions along Highway 2, and everybody was like, "Oh, who wants to live there?" And from this council's perspective, that we all typically live in the country on larger parcels, and yes, that to us that does not seem something that you'd want to do. But if you're coming off Elbow Drive, Heritage Point is rural country residential, spread your wings and fly type of area, even though these are, are still fairly heavy density. But I think the perspective on page 222 shows that the phase 1 and phase 2, how little we're dealing with, and again, throw stones under this developer's feet while he's trying to go ahead. We are, I understand the calls back in the day for development without infrastructure, and the infrastructure typically is not in place, but it is well underway, and it'll all come together. I think it's unfair to turn this down at this point, so I would support the motion for the approval. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion for subdivision approval. All in favor? And opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision. Councillor McHugh, all in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Thank you for joining us, Deputy Director Granson. D5, amendment to land use bylaw data processing facilities, page 209 of our agenda. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple weeks ago, you had a first look at the proposed land use bylaw amendments. We did compile a list of concerns brought forward during the public hearing process, as well as some mitigating measures that we've proposed. So today we are requesting that Council grant second and third reading to bylaw 68, 2025. There is. So I'll go through some of the concerns that were brought up during the public hearing. So we did provide just some clarity and wording. One of the big ones was noise mitigation. So within the AUC rules 012, they do have a standard of control. So our intent was to reference that that standard. We do have our community standards bylaw, but don't have a specific noise monitoring threshold, I guess, or standard. We are working on, and it needs a little more work, is basically a noise control guideline, which would basically be for staff to provide information to the applicants, what the application requirements would be. So we are working with our emergency management department to make sure that that doesn't overlap with the community standards. But in general, basically the intent would be to align with or require the standards within that rule 012. For water usage, the concern was for potential excessive water usage. We clarified within the application requirements for the development to illustrate how they're minimizing their demand, as well adding clarity for the development authority to have discretion to impose additional conditions or deny discretionary uses where we feel that they are inadequately serviced within the 2A corridor specifically. For electricity demand was another concern, so high power consumption and cumulative impact on the grid. We did add provisions requiring the applicant to submit a service letter of intent and capacity, confirming the utility provider or confirmation from the utility provider. However, that is their jurisdiction to cover and ensure the capacity is available there. So we're basically asking that for an information. The pollution and backup power generation was another concern. So added additional provisions to identify any power generation for both backup and for primary generation. So it really depends on the application being proposed, what their energy source is. Some propose to create their own energy, and some propose to use grid energy and just use generators for backup. So again, we just added in clarification and provisions for them to clearly illustrate what those uses were. Fire and safety risk, again, just additional provisions to meet the requirements of the fire department. There was a concern for economic and infrastructure, so need for cumulative impact analysis before approving multiple facilities. Again, we didn't make any changes. We thought this could be addressed within maybe our economic development plan, but we didn't really have the ability to implement those. Now, we do have the draft noise control guideline, which would go into the development package for the applicants. I think there were a few items in here that needed to be revised, but that's not necessarily part of the statutory document. That's more of a supplementary information document, so we can certainly update that one outside of the motion today. I think that covers it. I'll try to answer any questions. But...
Okay, we'll go to Deputy Revol.
Thank you, through the chair. So first of all, Deputy Director Granson and Planner Carr, I just want to thank you so much for all the work you did on it. It was really very good follow-up on all the concerns, and just to add some further information at RMA, we did attend session on data centers and had an excellent presentation from Brownlee LLP. So I think what you've captured certainly relates to the municipal lane of the impacts from the smaller ones that won't be regulated by the province. So that really gives us an opportunity to have some forms of intervention in case of the impacts being present. There was also an example community that spoke at the RMA as well, Sturgeon County, which I believe you may have captured many from them as they're seeing many applications of a number of different sizes of data center from different scales. They mentioned they had right from the server room, which you've identified in your definition, from the server room to the business that has a partial aspect to data storage, to the larger hyperscale, the edge they called it, and the modular. So they have a number of different types that they had experience with or are seeing applications in that regard. And really coming out of it, and a surprise to us was that the assessment part, we do not have the ability to assess the computer equipment component of it. So we're limited to the linear related to power and machinery and equipment, and the infrastructure related to any fuel, if there happens to be a portion that is accessible and therefore taxable. And then also the computer aspect of it, if there's some equipment components that may be accessible, including the buildings, pads, and a few other things. But what's different here in Alberta is that that particular component, which we thought might be a revenue generator, is not accessible by us. There's a small percentage of a levy going to the province on that. So I think it's just really important to realize the impacts of these and be really fair about how we look at it. They also this gentleman talked about, and the lawyer talked about, not to worry about incentivizing it because the taxability for us is just not there for those areas, but we could look at other things such as the bringing the power in, as you heard about the bring your own power discussion that's underway in the province, because so many are in the queue right now and there's just not enough power. Whether we want that power here, that's one of the things that might be a benefit. The job creation, infrastructure upgrades, and fiber, which might be upgrades. But aside from that, municipalities are dealing with all the impacts. And so I think you captured it really well. And I'm really happy to see your noise control guideline has emerged from the conversation. So I think that's very well stated. And then just overall, I think you've captured a lot of what we know right now. We may have to revise it as we learn more and more as these go forward, but I think you captured it. So if I can just refer to page 217, where you've got the green edits included, I just have a couple of really quick things to add. In the first part, you have the updated definition where you have 3 paragraphs. And then the third paragraph is for clarity that businesses or industrial operations that use computers or servers as part of their normal operations. And basically the concluding statement is that they're not a small scale. Do we have a threshold for that at all?
Through the chair to Councillor or to Deputy Reeve. Well, we did struggle trying to figure out kind of the loopholes that this could create. I believe the intent is basically that if they have, whether it's an existing business and they happen to have those computers, then we would take it on good faith. I don't know if there's so many different technologies that it's really difficult to say whether there's an energy threshold or a size threshold, because it could be one server room in behind, just like we have over here that's basically running at full capacity. We wouldn't have a way of really knowing that unless they triggered something like a high water bill because of a cooling system.
Okay.
Because we don't even really have access to their energy consumption. I think the intention is to try to capture the ones that are using or that are actually using their I guess computers, for lack of other words, to actually do data processing if it's not within the scope of their principal use, then we would assume it would just be standard business. And if it's not creating an offsite impact like water usage or energy usage or heat or exhaust or whatever it be, then it would just be treated as any other business.
Thank you. I have a couple more. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. One edit on page 219, 10.29.14. You have all data processing facilities shall be designed and operated to minimize, and then you have two lists, A and B. Just need a comma between light and vibration because where you've repeated it again further along, they were two separate words. So just need a comma there so that they're understood to be separate. And then two questions on the next two following pages. I can give that to you later as well. I appreciate you diving into the air quality, and then just head over to the page 220 on the application requirements. And under, you have a list where you identified, you changed from the structures or uses on the site and on adjacent properties. So coming from your explanation of the impact and really trying to highlight being conscientious about residential uses on neighboring parcels, I just wondered, do we also want to include other neighbors? Because they could be businesses that could be right backed up against this property and it could be emitting noises or other nuisances. So at this point, essentially the detailed site planning, like this particular aspect is as 10.29.23 site information. And then it was going to be sharing all the setbacks. So that's item 5 was to share all the setbacks from the property lines and the proximity. And then it was changed to residential uses on neighboring parcels, and then identifying sensitive environment. But I'm wondering, is it more than residential? Could it also be residential and anyone who's a neighbor as well? So maybe business?
Certainly through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ole, I think we could probably leave the striked out words there, structures or uses on the site and adjacent properties.
Including residential uses?
Yeah, including
Period,
residential.
maybe.
Yeah.
Or on neighboring parcels, okay. Okay, something like that would be great because then it would just give attention to any neighbor. Thank you. And then the last one. So if we go to the last page, environmental and safety plans, that's letters K, L, M, N, and I would just like to mention N. So what has been suggested here is that there be planning, screening, emergency response plan, and then N is a decommissioning plan outlining the removal of equipment and site reclamation in the event of the use ceasing or it ceases. So what my question is if we have a power plant as well as a data portion to, and I understand that it's a smaller threshold here, but if there's a power plant involved, which we've put this into a solar land use, so we've got 2 land uses that we're suggesting this goes into, would we also want to have something related to the power? And is letter N, is that broad enough to include power and the computing aspect of it? So my question is just to make sure, because what we heard from the lawyer was that we have to make sure that we give consideration to some of the issues related to the power aspect of it, since we're doing the bring your own power in Alberta kind of as the top messaging going out there right now. So it's just a thought about the decommissioning aspect because it might relate to other technologies and not just the removal of the equipment. And that's everything. Thanks for the time on it.
Yeah.
You're thinking hard. Okay.
Yeah. Certainly to through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ole, I think I get where you're looking for clarification on item N there. I think we would need to look at AUC's approval requirements as well, if they are producing power or if they are exporting power to the grid. There's thresholds for there. So I guess it would really just be the ones that are producing under the AUC's threshold and only consuming on site. But I think we can, so for those instances, I think we can just add a clarification in that N, because I think the removal of equipment, I think the intent is, can certainly be to also include any of their personal power generation equipment in there. I think it's going to be kind of a small set of operators that would do that, or that would fall into that category where we are the enforcement of that removal. But I think that's achievable.
Okay, thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Through the chair to the floor, or to Deputy Director Granson. Thank you for that. To just echo what Deputy Reeve Owl said, my main concern is the power grid. I just feel like from what we're hearing from the province in various news updates and whatnot, that the power grid is not, you know, really capable of, you know, withstanding what we have to throw at it, let alone what these data centers. And I was just kind of curious if you knew where the standard of the CCAN came from with the data centers. We are typically pretty rough on our residents with CCAN uses, creative and not so creative, and yet we have businesses coming in here who are just allowed to use the good old CCAN.
Right.
Go ahead.
The chair to Councillor Kendall. Kind of 2 points there. I think I'll touch on CCANs because I think that's a simpler topic. I think it's just a cost of building, I think, is basically that, you know, it's a see the pressure for use of those units because of their cost. Being that these uses are just being proposed within 2 specific land use districts, we felt that that was likely appropriate, or at least to include so that we have a means to regulate them. Whereas if we exclude the use of CCANs or prohibit the use of CCANs, we're going to end up where we may face like enforcement. There's going to be likely applications for site-specific amendments to use them as opposed to constructing a building. So by including them, we can set standards for things like screening or sightliness of them. Just one perspective on that, I suppose. But yeah, I think it's basically just a pressure. The developers want to be able to use them because of the cost efficiencies of them. I don't really know how I can speak to the energy grid concern because we're not the energy provider or the supplier. It's where we are really relying on like Fortis as the supplier in that area to be responsible for that, basically saying yes, they can supply it or no, they can't, and make the appropriate upgrades to accommodate the users that they allow on the grid. Hopefully that answers.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Just my opinion, and being at that meeting at the RMA, and the government's stance on bringing your own power. I fear that if we rely on Fortis to tell us that yes, they have the power to supply, you know, 1 or 2 at the moment, what happens down the line when we want some other industry and they require a lot of power and we don't have the power to supply them? Just my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Was there a question? Did you want to?
Again, through the chair to Councillor Estes, it's really not our purview. Yes, we consider the user, but not the consumption because we're not the provider. So again, you know, Fortis is a regulated entity that is required to consider the proposed uses on their system and also to make appropriate upgrades when necessary. And it may come to a point where they say we are at capacity, but then they make the determination on when to make those upgrades. Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry, I should have been more clear. I guess in our approval of the data centers, can we not follow along and make it more stringent that they actually bring or supply their own power? That would be my question. Thank you.
You want to just turn your mic on? And,
Sorry, my
sorry.
apologies. I would suggest that's a provincial matter. It's the provincial, these people will want to hook into the provincial power network, the grid, and we have no say as to who can hook into the grid and what they can use. Just over land use itself. I'm just reading an article now about how the province has approved 1,200 megawatts of data centers. They're not too worried. I mean, and there's 17 plus gigawatts in the queue. So you know, the applications that would clear the hurdles that we're talking about in this land use application are actually quite small relative to these big data centers and these big power users.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the chair to Deputy Director Granson. What income for the county is comparable to a data center in comparison to another industrial tax base?
We'll go to CAO Payne.
Yeah, so on that one, because we haven't got any up and running yet in the province of Alberta, that's a hard question to answer. There's a big question mark there. For the councillors that sat in on the data center presentation at last week's RMA convention, there was a session on data centers. And I believe just after discussion with other jurisdictions, it's going to remain a question mark for a little while because it will be a regulated assessment where the provincial assessors will put a value to these facilities. When you look at linear or other regulated assessment, oftentimes the province will give those operators a break on assessment values in order to reduce tax levels, and that's something that they use to incentivize bringing these types of industries to the province of Alberta. So hard question to answer right now, Councillor Callister, just because there aren't any numbers out there yet with none built and up and operating that I'm aware of yet.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. And I guess it leads to a couple other points where we did go to another session on nuclear power. So that's all kinds of technologies are underway, and the province is coming up with a framework so that whatever your technology is in relation to that one in particular, but I guess it's going to be dependent on whether you have that being a base load and the others being a variety of different types of power sources that could be just on site or they could be connected to the grid as well. That we just end up having questions, all of us, about how the grid's going to work. And I've been listening to numerous different things over the years on what they call the plug and play, making our grid flexible and adaptable to whatever we're looking to connect to it. And this is another one of them where this is a smaller variable, but we are dealing with a larger center here as well. So you can't help but consider both the large and the small when you're speaking about data centers, so that you can make sure you have thought about all the consequences to each one, each level, and what we have more jurisdiction over versus the other ones. The other thing, I had managed a chance to have a chat with Fortis, and this was in relation to our just Highway 2 area to a industrial corridor. And then just the idea of us trying to plan infrastructure for the future, if it might be a way, I think we talked about this last time we brought this up, which was inviting someone with all the know-how to our economic development committee, just to let us know what we need to think about, the type of infrastructure we might need to look at, and that being with TransAlta for the big ones, and then Fortis for the, just understanding what the limitations are, whether it's lines or all the different transmission issues, or as you know, the bigger ones are all located on TransAlta infrastructure. So it'd be good for us to be aware of it, but again, not being our jurisdiction, but we do, I think, have a chance to learn from what the things are that they consider. So when we're looking at either industry coming to the Highway 2A or data centers or a nuclear power plant, which apparently can be approved and we can't say no to. We've heard that as well from the legal perspective, is just understanding what does that look like and where are they likely to locate. So within the county, we might then identify some locations, and it may not be in the Highway 2A industrial corridor. It might be just where we have the infrastructure. So I think it'd be interesting to just have that conversation part of the economic development and give us a little better understanding of what that planning looks like. But as far as approvals go, I think what you've captured here in what we're looking at here today, this letter of intent to supply and capacity, I think really covers it from our point of view as to really focusing on, yes, we know it's another jurisdiction, but we want to know that that has been achieved, and that I think you've covered it with that aspect in there. And you've noted it's in several locations, and you're also relating to the other parts, which is emissions and other aspects of it. And depending on the land use here, because there's two different land uses, I think it all really applies, because it'll be a bit of complexity to some of that power related issues. So great conversation, and thanks for everybody for thinking about this, because it's I think of what's happening here in the future. And when you're ready, I would give you second and move it forward.
Okay, I think we are there and ready. So there was a number of suggested changes. So are you thinking second reading today and then come back with those minor revisions, or are we ready to move forward with all the way to pretty minor? Okay, I will take that motion for second. Anybody else? All in favor? Are you there, Councillor Estes?
Sorry, yes, I
Or
am.
maybe,
Oh,
are you in favor? Sorry, I should have.
no, not at this time.
Okay,
Close.
opposed? Okay.
Yeah.
That motion carries. Third reading. Anybody want to give third? Councillor Alger gives us that. Any comments? All in favor? And opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, let's go to the top. B1, Frank Lake signage request, page 4. Director Kruger, I believe your name, yes, it is. Your name is on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to the floor. The purpose of the request today is just to seek council's direction regarding the request from Nature Calgary to install direction road signs on Alberta Transportation's Highway 23. They were looking to guide visitors to the Frank Lake wetland conservation area. Their request includes a request for funding support from the county as well for the signage. Just some information for council. Highway 23 is under Alberta Transportation's jurisdiction. Foothills County can't just go out and install signs on the provincial highway without approval. If council chooses to fund and install the signs, administration will need to apply for the necessary permits through the roadside planning application tracking hub, or as we call it, RPath, the RPath portal. The application must include a site plan showing the proposed sign setback and distance from the highway, and a diagram of the sign, including dimensions, layout, wording, lettering, and background. I think it's important to know that we can't, Nature Calgary can't just pick a sign and install it. It has to be approved by the province. I have included a few options for council under the request of council proposed motions. And as well, I'd just like to manage, Mr. Reaver Cambrin has some information too about the Ducks Unlimited property there that council should be aware of. I'd just like to pass floor to him.
We'll go over to Manager Reva Cameron.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. So with respect to access to this property, I've put it up on the screen, and this road is on private land. We have an agreement. We could take title, or we could take it as a road plan at any time, but there was a purpose to doing that so that we could limit public access to Frank Lake, just in case it got too busy. I mean, it's fairly busy now. It's one of the second most popular birding areas in Canada. Ducks Unlimited manages the lands around Frank Lake for both, you know, upland bird games and birds, and also the birds on the water. So there, you know, that was done over the years. So I would suggest, without some input from Ducks Unlimited, that you may not want to consider this request to bring more, how would you say it, more spotlight on this site. As I say, there is a reason this road wasn't we do maintain it, but it technically we can close it to public travel if we needed to. And that was the reason why it wasn't registered as a road plan.
When we go, so going east on 530 Avenue there, we get to the end of the developed area and then it cuts and goes south. There is a gate there managed by Ducks Unlimited, and it's closed like 10 months of the year or something like that. Is that not correct?
I'm not sure how often it's closed, but yeah, it can be managed to, you know, get down to the site where, you know, you can do bird viewing.
Okay. Well, I guess just as the area counselor, I do get calls once in a while of area residents concerned about people stopping in wondering, how do you get to Frank Lake? They see it on a map and they just don't know how to get there. Even people towing a boat, how do I get to Frank Lake? Because when you look on an aerial photo, it looks like a pretty nice lake for boating.
A boat might not make it very far.
Bit of a surprise when you get there, but no, there certainly has been concern from area landowners. I'm not sure that putting 2 signs on the highway is going to attract a bunch of attention. I think if you're looking for it, you're gonna find it. You're not gonna just drive by and say, "Oh, there's a sign saying Frank Lake. Let's go see it." I think there's enough other controls to limit, but that's just my thoughts. We'll go to Deputy Revol. Oh, that's from before. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, sir. I'm kind of following along with the request of council for option 2, that this is a provincial road and they should deal with the problems. Thanks. And we'll give you that motion if needed.
Okay, so they can go directly to the province as opposed to coming or less. Okay. Okay, anybody else? I'll call the question on that. Sorry, go ahead, Deputy Revol.
I guess I see us involved a lot in Frank Lake. So I first of all want to thank the applicants for their volunteerism regarding Frank Lake and drawing attention to the incredible asset that it is. We're involved in it with relation to water, with the waste management. So that's part of, I believe, our landfill commission, as well as the highway management plan also is working with all the different agencies that have an impact on Frank Lake, and they're doing a lot of science that also includes Alberta Environment and other research organizations that are all part of looking at the monitoring and the outcomes of how to manage that. And of course, Ducks, which is very much involved in it. So I guess there's a lot of stakeholders in it, and maybe it's the aspect is potentially, if it does get deferred, to include them, and perhaps it's Ducks Unlimited, perhaps it's deferring it to the province. But I think we have quite an interest in it, so I don't want to see us lose track of what happens with their application today, because I think it's a very thoughtful application, and we have to look at the consequences of putting the signage up. So I just wanted to mention how much Frank Lake is valued here and used and monitored and a part of numerous of our committees. So I think we do have a vested interest in signage or any other aspect related to it. Thank you.
Okay. Back to Municipal Manager Eva Cameron. Do we not help out with signs similar to this in other instances?
Sorry,
do we not help out with signage on things like this in other instances, like our parks and halls and that sort of thing?
Oh, certainly we do assist community groups usually with the installation of the signs, but not the signs themselves. So in this particular case, would Alberta Transportation supply the signs and put them in? They may. It's hard to know, but we certainly can't install them without ATEC's approval.
Okay. Okay, so we have that option, or that motion, option 2. The council acknowledges the report and advises Nature Calgary may apply directly to Alberta Transportation. Anything else? Call the question. All those in favor?
In favor. Sorry.
Okay, motion carries. Okay, time is slipping away. Let's go to our closed session. I believe we have a couple of people here specifically for an item there. So if anybody wants to give me a motion to go into closed session.
I'll give you that.
Oh, all in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. So just coming out of our closed session, we have a few resolutions. So I'm going to go to Councillor Callister. G4 24-hour shift schedule proposal.
Yes, I would like to make the motion to authorize modification of shift schedule as discussed in closed session.
Okay, any further questions, comments? All those in favor?
In favor.
Thank you. Motion carries. Back to Councillor Callister, G3 MLA boundaries.
I would make a motion to postpone a decision on that until the IMC meeting,
Okay, until next council meeting.
till
would
next
be the
council meeting, yeah.
Next. Okay. Any comments? All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. And back to Councillor Callister, G2 strategic plan discussion. I think he was going to postpone that one.
Yeah, a motion to postpone as well on
to
G2
next week.
till next week, yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Councillor McHugh, you got one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the chair, motion for the Development Authority to access and consult with legal on the establishment and review of a new type of development agreement.
Okay. All good? All in favor?
In favor.
Motion carries. Last item on our agenda is committee reports. Do we want to go down this road or do we want to postpone that till next week? Is that a motion to postpone, Councillor Deputy Revol? Do we have a motion to postpone committee reports? All in favor?
In favor.
And opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
I'll give you that motion.
Councillor Estes gives us that motion to adjourn. All in favor? Motion carries. See you all next week.
Thank you, everyone.